running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Chengdu.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello and welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining us here on the IEM Chengdu qualifiers. 4 teams left here in Asia Pacific, and we're going to be joining 2 of them in a pretty good game to kickstart the days. The Mongols taking on the Huns. My name is there, Kai, and I'm joined by my South African brother, Hayes. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm great, man. Awesome to be alongside you once again. Hoe gaan dit? You know, my brew. It's lekker to have you.
Of course.
We'll get that all out the way earlier. Listen, Neo, hulle weet nie wat ons weet. Have you heard that one? Of course, when, you know, South Africa won the World Cup, when Dricus Du Plessis won the UFC. Now that I've got the South African representation out of the way, let's talk about the Counter-Strike. Yeah, 4 teams in this competition, right? Just the 1 spot's up for grab at the IEM event, so there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, when you look at kind of the talent we've got here too, it's hotly contested because some of the best teams in the region, I think the way it should be, right? We've got, at the moment, the Mongols, Tyloo, Wings Up, and the Huns. We're starting things off in the upper bracket, of course, at the start of this sort of playoffs. Then, to follow on from this best 3, we'll jump in over towards the lower bracket side of things as well. But coming up for us is the Mongols taking on the Huns. It's quite an interesting game as well because, well, realistically speaking, the Huns is primarily the ex-Mongols.
Yeah, these guys have some history together, right? I think Score 9 and I want to say Score 9 and Yami
and
all
Yami.
played together. Bartak, that's what it was in
Yeah.
IHC. Yes, absolutely. So that was the trio that had played together. So there's a lot of history. But it wasn't too recent, right? Like,
Exactly.
These guys playing in the Mongols now, they've been in the team for a while. We've got the Mongolian Derby going on here. The Huns versus the Mongols. I do like the name up, the naming scheme we have coming into this matchup as well.
Yeah, no, I got to agree. I like kind of like sticking with the history of the country as well. That talk about kind of national representation. That's what we like to see. And of course, there's also a little bit more history here in terms of even more specifically between these 2 sides. Mazinho and Bartak are brothers. Mazinho 16 years old. Bartak's the 19-year-old older brother of the youngster. And I think as well, to make it even kind of, I guess, funnier in terms of the narrative, is that Mazinho came in and replaced his own brother. So I'm sure that was probably a little bit of an awkward time there in the Batbold household when that happened. But I would say,
around the dinner table.
Yeah, exactly. Be like, oh, come on, man. Why'd you have to do me like that? But I was thinking, you know, the narrative could be that could be the same thing because, you know, 19 years of age is probably a good assumption that he's still living at home. Bartak, that is, to a degree. But Mazinho's on LAN right now. The Mongol side, they're out on LAN at the Extremes land. So they're not in the same exact location. So maybe that's going to make this a little bit easier.
I was going to say that's important, right? Maybe the Mongols like win the first map and Bartak just goes into Mzinho's room, I don't know, unplugs his internet or something a lot less kind than that. So yeah, thankfully we've got them on separate locations. No screen cheating, guys. I remember when I used to LAN with my friends, we would put up like physical barriers between our computers so that we couldn't see playing like Age of Empires or Call of Duty 2 or something like that, and had to put up like physical pillows and stuff to create a barrier so you just couldn't see each other's screens, man. It was vicious out there.
Exactly. And I think as well, you know, it just makes their parents have a little bit of an easier job. You know, they have to separate them. You know, if they, whoever wins don't have to, deal with the other ones. I think, all in all, it's okay as well. And of course, for the Mongols being on LAN as well, I think it's actually a really big kind of benefit for them coming forward. I think when you're in a bit of a home environment, I think you can just be a little bit, I like to put it, a bit more relaxed about it in a way. But I think being on LAN, being in a boot camp room of some sort, they can be pretty wired on, which I think is really important. Sure. IEM Chengdu is so important, not only just for teams from this region, but for the region as well.
Yeah, think about the synergy that they're going to be having as well, just playing from the same location. They'll also be warmed up, right? Because the Mongols have just come off of a win against Tai Lu. That was their Group A winners match. That went into multiple sets of overtime.
Yeah, I'm going to say, did you see the scoreline? There was actually more rounds in OT than regulation. It was 16-14 in overtime. And it was, of course, 28.
CS:GO, brother.
Yeah, exactly. 28-26 overall was the score in favor of the Mongols. That's a pretty big win. Tyler are in really good form at the moment. So I think that's, talk about a confidence booster. The only thing, maybe the caveat you could say, that's a marathon of a best of ones. Maybe you're a little bit fatigued off the back of it. They haven't actually had too much of a break between then and now. But at the same time, they're warm.
Yeah, maybe like half an hour break or something of the sorts, right? So it should be enough. They're the favorites coming into this as well. It's not like the Huns don't have a chance coming into this. They've been together a couple of months now. They're heavy hitters. You're looking at Yami, right? Like, Yami's just their main guy that you want to see doing most of their damage. And everybody has to pitch up here. Sure, there's that lower bracket to fall back on, but the Huns are the underdogs. And when you're the underdogs, you can't afford for anybody to fall off of the server. You need everybody contributing. You need everybody at the top of the game.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, right? I think when you look at this as well, I think right now, the Mongols come in as the favorites for quite a few reasons. I think the only real thing here maybe is that the Huns will have a very good understanding about how they like to play their game. Obviously, not only being kind of ex-Mongols, quote-unquote, core players in themselves, but also just the fact that in terms of domestically and regionally, they would scrim against each other so often. There's not a lot of top-level teams within this region to be able to scrim and play against. I think because of that, it actually means that they know each other very, very well, which is going to make this game all the more interesting when we come down to it. I think because of that, that's going to add another level to this one where we have to make expectations of what we can get. What we can do, though, is we can talk through the veto here. Now, Huns got their first pick. They're going to go for a Nuke. Inferno followed up by the Mongols. And if we need it, Mirage a decider. So a pretty standard veto, I'd say.
Yeah, it is, but it's a good veto, especially for the Mongols. I mean, the fact that they have both Inferno and Mirage featuring in the pool is actually really good for them. It's it's unequivocally their two strongest maps, right? They've played it 10 times Inferno, won it 9 times, 11 times Mirage, won it 10 times there, I think. So they're doing really well on both of those maps. Obviously, Nuke is the Huns pick, and you know what? They've been great there as well. 100% win rate, 6 times played. So we're looking for some big things from them. And it feels like Nuke is a win condition for the Huns.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think when you look at this, if the Huns don't take Nuke, I think they're in a lot of trouble. Inferno feels like a surefire pick. The Mongols not only play this so often and so well, but they've also played it at the top EU level as well. When they've come over, when the Mongols, or previously known as IHC, or however you know them as from home, when they've come over to EU and played within like the likes of IEMs or Pro League or the rest, when they play on Inferno, teams don't like playing them there. And they beat a lot of the best teams within the EU on it. So I think that's a very good sign for them. Nuke is thankfully very good for the Huns as well. So this feels like kind of a gentleman's agreement that this feels like it's going to Mirage. If it does go there, however, you already mentioned both these teams play it, but Mongols considerably better. And they're currently on a 4-map winning streak on it as well. So things are looking pretty good if it goes towards a decider, that it leans pretty heavily for the Mongols.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. I mean, I'm not writing the Mongols off on Nuke either, right? Sure, it's not their strongest map. In fact, outside of their permaban Vertigo, it's probably their least favorite, but it's a map that their results have actually gotten better on in recent times. They beat Tai Lu on the map 13-11 recently. In fact, they beat them and lost to them, but the loss was also 13-11. They beat Linvision, so their results are actually pretty good on Nuke. So I wouldn't say it's as clear-cut as what Inferno is for the Mongols as Nuke is for the Huns. I wouldn't say it's like a clear-cut win for the Huns coming into their pick.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely spot on. This entire veto actually feels like it's up in the air. And I think another thing, we talk about the numbers, but having done a lot of kind of ESL Challenger League Asia, even just some of these qualifiers as well, these results never go as intended. They're always a little bit wacky, a little bit wonderful. It's kind of who shows up on the day. So I think whoever comes out the gate first is really going to set the tone. But, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to first one to a break. When we come back, we're going to go straight in towards map number 1, Nuke. The pick of the Huns is going to kickstart us. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back. We're just gearing up to get ready to go into map number 1. It is Nuke coming up first, the pick of the Huns, and we're kind of making the argument here, Hayes, that this feels like a bit of a win factor. It feels like if the Huns want a chance in the series, they've got to take it, but even that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Nuke is a win condition here in the series. There's just no two ways about it for the Huns, but as you've already postured, it's not like it's a guaranteed map like we look at Inferno for the Mongols. So it's going to be all guns blazing. Remember, the Mongols get to choose sides coming into Nuke here as well, so that's going to be making matters even more difficult for the Huns, who are the underdogs.
Yeah, I think starting on that CT side is just a massive kind of bolster in terms of your confidence, right? I think at the moment with how topsy-turvy a lot of the maps are, you've got maps like Overpass going from being just a pretty average map in Go to now being the statistically most CT-sided map in the pool. Then on the flip side, you've got the new map of Anubis being the most T-sided. Just having that preference to start is going to give a lot of confidence. And I think when you're coming against quite a scary Hun side on this map, having CT, if you can get a pistol, just get a little bit of that early momentum, start to pull away from the T side, that's where you're going to feel comfortable. And I think for the Mongols, that's what they've gone for. They've gone for that CT side start, and that's going to give them just a little bit of that early confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to be on the comfortable side. They're on LAN, as we mentioned already, if you missed that a bit earlier, because they're playing at the Extremes LAN event. They've already had a warm-up game against Tailu. So kind of all the signs point in the direction of the Mongols here. But as you mentioned earlier, that's not how things go here in this region. Things don't go the way that you expect them to. The classic age-older days, expect the unexpected. That means we should be looking at the Huns here, maybe.
Yeah, exactly that. I think, we maybe got to keep an eye on them at least to a degree. I'm also going to keep an eye on a couple of players over towards the Mongols who had some pretty good games. I mean, Chengdu dropping 48 kills. I mean, granted, it was like 10 overtimes, but nonetheless, nearly going 50 kills is not bad at all. But ladies and gents, finally, we're ready to get underway. So the Mongols starting on that CT side, the Huns on the T side on their map pick. Best of 3 here in the upper bracket. Of course, that's what you want to stay. Keep the confidence in your favor. Let's see how things go. Slow lobby take, bit of util. It all goes eerily quiet.
Yeah, standard start. The Huns have shot out the windows to fakers, so they might burst in towards A, but they're going to go in towards ramp instead. Blitz is here in conjunction with his teammate, trying to throw support util, but Mazinho is dead. Nice return frag coming through from Blitz, who also has support, but Score cuts his way through.
This is not bad. 9-10 trying to reclaim a little space here, but he's just forced further back, and Score maybe overextending ever so slightly, because Senzu's found 9. Now round on. They've dropped down in towards B. Fight to come through here, which 9-10 wins. And this round is up in the air. Yami taps the bomb, but he can't save plant.
They have to realize the timing is on right now. He had tapped the plant. There was no plant confirmation that came through, but 9-10, his internal clock not working too well. Have a look at the internal clock from Senzu, though. He's been able to get up the vent. Yami spots him. No, Senzu can't do anything with his supreme position, and now it's just mind games.
This is 4D chess being played here, because he jumps back down in towards hell to tell the fate that he's going down towards B. And it's worked. Senzu's gone down vent. This is carnage. Absolute carnage. Started off 1v1 that has lasted over a minute. Now Yami's going to shift walk his way through A main.
Does he go down the vents?
If he goes down vent, well, oh my god, he's going up ladder as well.
No. But that doesn't make sense to me, man. Like, you've just cleared out through mouth into the A bomb site. You've cleared out where the player was. Does Senzu now go back up the ladder? That would be a disaster, right? He's going to hear the door. He's got the advantage now. Does Senzu? Yami doesn't have time. He's going to be planting open. Everything is in Senzu's favor. The 1v1. Is it going to culminate the way we expect, Senzu? No way. The door shuts in his face. Opens it up. The rattling of the shots doesn't connect. Yami back to safely. Reload completed. And now it's a fair fight.
What is happening in this round? Yami tapping first, Senzu down low. Now he's starting to panic as well. Needs to take the fight, and he will. Senzu drops Yami. Carnage to start the first round here. This derby is proving exactly what we'd hope. Mind games, crack shots, and, well, bit of carnage is exactly what we were wanting. Great start. Mongo's going to find the first, and that was just bonkers.
Man, I mean, I feel like we need a pause. We need a break off. That felt like an entire half in one round.
My
That was
God.
so much. So much went on there. Jeez.
You called the pause. There it is.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I
Unfortunately,
appreciate that. Just catch our breath here.
yeah, a little technical nature. So hopefully nothing too outlandish. But Jesus, that was carnage. I mean, I guess, we were talking about it. The thing that I sometimes do worry about is that when you are on these LAN environments and you're in these boot camps, sometimes they can be a little bit kind of janky. which can make things quite tough. And you kind of, if you're playing online at the same time, it's you know, technical issues here, there, and everywhere. Hopefully not the case. I think, you know, when you're the Huns, because you've got a bomb plant, because you've got kind of a decent amount of kills, right? You kill 4 to 5, you've got to buy in here, right? The force buy is absolutely needed. They're going to go in towards a double Galil setup, a Tech 9. Yami probably going to go Galil as well, and he will. And then I'm going to pick up the Scout. It's actually not a bad buy, all things considered.
No, in fact, when you compare it side by side with what the Mongols have, they haven't fully invested yet, but it's going to be pretty on par. Probably some issues on the Mongol side, considering the fact that they're the team yet to buy here. But these full forces after the bomb plants on the T side, I mean, it's become well documented, obviously, but they have a lot of firepower behind them. 3 rifles, a healthy amount of utility as well. Just a question about what sort of pace they're going to approach this next round with. Sure,
yeah, I think it's spot on, right? Because I think, you know, we saw on the offset a bit of a slow round in kind of the first 20. They go into his lobby, but they're shift walking in. They make no noise. So they're telling at least a ruse that A, they can be playing up through kind of T roof, or they can be posturing towards our side as well. So they keep things quiet to start, and then they pop out towards ramp, which works well, actually, all the way up until score overextends. I think if score doesn't overextend there and wrap in towards hell, they could have just played a contact B play there and won the round probably just in terms of the post plant. But that's the past. We're looking at the present now, of course. First round for the Mongols. We also see the buyout. We've got 3 M4s to work with, so slightly better in terms of the firepower with the premium rifles out for the Mongols. But can they make them work?
That's a good question. 9-10 already been put into the grave by Yami. 2 of the big players on either end of the server crossing paths here in the second. And Senzu, he walks away with being dinked. Okay, I thought he was on point there for some damage. Either way, the Huns have started up this round really nicely.
For now, as it goes quiet as well, this is actually a very good position for Blitz. I don't know whether he'll be a kind of expected quantity. 9 is checking. Oh my god, what a shot from 9. Blitz gets his head torn off his shoulders. My god. The Huns taking no prisoners now, and score adding to the misery. Mazinia will fall. Molly onto Techno's toes as well, but he gets 2 for his luck through the flames. It's all down to 1 man though. Senzu and MP9 drops the bomb. They will not make a difference. Traded out, Senzu falls, and the Huns tie up this game.
Just beautifully worked round coming through there from the Huns, taking contact outside initially, able to get that frag at the start of the round and deal further damage. That shot from 9 with his scout was just beautiful. And then the way that they work afterwards, they know that there's going to be some other form of aggression from the Mongols to try recover the round. So they're watching for that ramp push. That's exactly what Mzinho commits to. He goes down, but they still have their wits about them. Notice they don't just barrel into the A-bomb site and expect to win the round because of the numbers alone. They're still mollying the dead vent. They're clearing the player out there. Just a good attentive round coming through from the Huns as they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, spot on. Spot on. You see the Mongols. I mean, unfortunately, this is kind of the way the meta is right now, where they are forced into, you know, forced by here. They're in double eco territory, so they have to go into the upgraded pistols. It's not great. We see a couple of the Eagles, 5.7s. Not expecting a whole lot, and yeah, he should be able to pluck him off at range. Surely expecting Blitz. He's already done it once here. The Molotov is good as well. I think it even tickles the toes, maybe slight. No, actually, just about gets on the way. I wasn't sure whether it would give the sound cue. It's all good. Slow lobby here. I think if you're kind of the Huns in this situation, just avoid a gamble stack.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just play for a bit of information, right? Try and figure out what's going on, suss out the situation. And you can see they're using their numbers. They've got the player outside, sort of patrolling, and then a group working together, getting rammed. Torgor is still controlling A main as well, so crossing their T's, dotting their I's. However, Blitz says, I don't care about your handwriting. He forces the issue and gets a kill, and now that's kind of going to corral the Huns in towards this A exec here.
10 plays efficiently. Can he make it a second? 9. Just drop down. Again, though, all a ruse. They're going to go out towards A. Nobody's here. Nobody's home. Smoking towards main. Molly Heaven. That should be the round. Bomb will go down in due time with 20 seconds left on that clock, and I don't really think the Mongols do all too much here. And actually, Knight's got a decent little kind of insurance policy for the flank.
Oh, Mzinho, great work coming through from him with the Gilil. Unfortunately, can't get any more work done, and considering the fact that Blitz only has 5 points of health, he is not going to take any unnecessary chances. Recognizes this was the full force that they'd committed to, and he wants to at least carry something through into the next round. But the Huns string consecutive rounds together. They're making these situations work really nicely.
for now. As the Huns lock in a second. Blitz, I think, semi-happily can keep on to the AK. Because that was a force buy, they're going to be forced to eco now. So having a, I guess, an AK to work with is a silver lining. It's not exactly a great situation. You don't want to give Huns too much early room on this T side. If they start to build up a bit of a repertoire, that's when you actually get quite concerned. T side has always been quite difficult on towards Nuke, and Huns so far are looking actually pretty comfortable. Realistically, they should be 3-0 up. That pistol shouldn't have gone against them.
True.
But all that really matters is win the gun rounds, and they have been so far. But losing quite a few bodies there, but that round being more expensive than they would have hoped, means that this technically isn't a bonus buy. It's kind of actually a bit more of a forced investment.
Well, okay, Blitz, 2 kills coming through from him. That AK is recoverable, but it's Togo who's completely recovered the round. Pours cold water on it. Looked exciting there for a brief moment. That carried through, AK doing damage. And Techno, well, he's just hoping that he can kind of find this low HP player, but unfortunately for him, scores traded positions, and that will be a 3rd round on the board. The Huns doing damage early on here on their T side.
For now, where the Huns have got this 2-round lead, and they've got a little bit of a, I guess, a comfortability to talk of. Mongols now in towards their first true full buy, and I think this is where we get to see the early test of wits. I mean, this is going to be probably one of the most important rounds we've seen kind of so far for the Mongols. If they aren't able to find it, the Huns can actually quite seriously pull away. They can start pushing towards a kind of a 4-round buffer at a 5-1 scoreline. Rounds what it means everything. Senzu, great spam. Finding a lot of damage on towards Bartak and score, and going completely unscathed as well.
Yeah, it's just to subsidize your points even further there. With MR12, it's even more important for the Mongols to make sure that they tap back here, right? There's just no room to play with. A lot less room for error in that regard. The comeback Senzu is going to get mollied out of position. He has a smoke grenade, decides against using it. He's actually very fortunate to get out with his life intact there. As the Huns are sort of peppering this A bomb site, they are forcing them to use a lot of their utility on the CT side right now, so just bleeding them dry. There's a smoker flash and an HE grenade left at the disposal of the Mongols right now, while the Huns, they still have a plethora of utility.
At least it is markedly quiet in the mid-round. What are you seeing? So good having a little look here towards Ram. He's got the right idea. He's stuck between 2 minds how he wants to play this, though. It's more just essentially an information play. Pops his head. Flash comes around the corner. Mazina's out of there. Trying to buy time. And thankfully, he has sport down towards B. And 9-10 over towards Hell, who's now mollied out. The 2 B players now have to be the insurance policy.
Oh man, and they're looking good right now to lock it down between them, just pinging contact off of each other. The Blitz will go down. They should know Mzinia's in this corner, right? Maybe not. He's got support that's come through from Senzu as well, and they will be able to lock down this B bomb site between them. 9 suffers the same fate as his teammates, and it is indeed the Mongols who win that all-important round that you mentioned.
Yeah, and also I think really important in how Mazinho plays that. Traditionally, when you're a ramp player and you drop in towards B, you're actually only expecting 1 player down towards B and then another being either a secret player or a close vent player. So they never expected there to be 2 players, 1 playing backside and Mazinho playing up close. It's really well done. I think it's a bit of an alternative setup there by the Mongols, but they catch the Huns completely blindsided by it. Mazinho, nice flick off on towards that ledge player. Really well done. Very important round. Mongols, he said they had to convert their first gun round. If they don't, they're in a little bit of trouble. Now this game goes even once again. Huns, yes, they've got a buy. Not exactly a pretty one. Bartak's only got to take 9. Togo's only got a Galil. And Util even then, a little bit thin across the board. The belts are not exactly all that heavy for the Hun side. Mongols, it's actually a pretty good opportunity for them to long out the round and maybe level the playing field, but Score has other ideas.
Yeah, he's been deadly so far here in the early stages of Nuke, and Blitz nearly gets caught in a bit of an awkward position. You could probably say the same there for Score as well, both lucky to have their lives intact. As the Huns, we have seen that they're happy to take their time. They don't do a huge amount, they kind of just, posture themselves up, and that just goes with the T side of Nuke in general. Not a huge amount you can get done. You have to be happy to be patient and play the long game. Again, it's going to be pressure towards Mziniu, who this time doesn't have the luxury of falling back. My god, Bartak on his brother, flying across with the Tech 9 mid-air. Will find that all-important kill, and that's created a huge amount of control and space here for the T side.
2 remaining. for that CT side, and they've got a lot to do with not a lot to work with. Blitz, opportunity, missed shot. Molotov in towards Heaven, great timing as well. Bartek's fight with the flames, doesn't give a damn. He drops Blitz, and that should be the round. Molotov planted safely back sight. The last player of Chengdu. Honestly, you just got to save it. There is no point giving this a go. Gonna keep hold of what he's got. And that's gonna be the round. The Huns once again pulling further and further away. This is a very important round to be taken too, because there's actually not a lot left in the back pockets of the Mongol side. It's great that they found their first gun round, but their economy was still pretty janky. And we can see now that they have, you know, you're looking at Techno $50, Mazino 600, and the rest of them sitting around just above 1K. It's not great incentive. Might not even save it. I think he might have just been spotted by score.
Yeah, you can... Oh, I don't know. They're still hunting for him as he spawns, so he doesn't have the information with a certainty, but he will still certainly be dialed in. And he... well, maybe he didn't even call him in secret, you know? No, he just wanted the kill for himself, so he's like, hi, guys, you know, just check T-spawn. Not sure where he is. Oh, he was in secret. Okay, I got him. Don't worry. That's a big round for the Mongols to lose, right? Because they win the 4th round, which was that all-important... Or the 5th round, excuse me, that all-important round for them. But then they lose the round immediately afterwards, and they don't really have a huge amount of money, so they're going to have to eco again, and the Huns are seriously starting to pull ahead with this game now. Yeah,
it's got to be said, this is actually, you know, a really important round that they've just taken. They've, you know, the Mongols 1 step forward, 2 step back. Oh, what a shot, though. Chengdu doesn't care about those anecdotes. What a shot with that deagle. As Yami falls. How the numbers in their favor. This is where these rounds look a little dicey. They are going in the right direction. 9-10's only got a USPS. If they're going to fight anybody, it will be this man. Shot. Molotov on towards the box as well. I just called for pause here. Sends 1 second. The flames, he's forced away. Taking a lot of damage there to the molly.
Yeah, palm that deagle across to somebody's son if you can, at least. Surely there's no way. I mean, yeah, the Huns have lost a player early on here, but we've seen them that they've been good at recovering these sorts of situations in rounds gone by here on Nuke. Don't expect this to be any different. They've been able to get some control towards ramp as well. Happy to take their time, build into the round. Don't need to do anything too expansive here. Don't think 9 needs to push further than this threshold right now, to be honest with you. Keep it simple, right? You got ramp control, group up with your 4 remaining players, just go down the ramp into B kind of thing, clear it out, because they're not leaving themselves a huge amount of time here right now.
Well, Chengdu might have the right idea. Timing could be his friend, or also potentially his enemy as well. Does 9 clear? He's got elevators, I'm sure he does! No, he doesn't! Chengdu gets another. Traded out, though. Backside player still there. Time's ticking, lads. 15 seconds. They're here and now. They've got to make a decision about what they're going to do. He's going to drop 10 seconds. He literally does have time to clear the site. Got to take the plant. Does he realize there's a backside player? No, he doesn't. That's the round. I cannot believe that the Mongols have walked away, that the Huns have played that so poorly.
Yeah, I was just singing their praises in those sorts of situations, but they really dropped the ball in a big way in that round, and I think that they just overthink the situation. You know, they had ramp control. It's a 4v5. They've got AKs. At that point, you don't really need to get too cute with it. You know, the player trying to flank through Heaven while you're pushing Huts and Squeaky. There's a lot going on there. I think just grouping up in that pack-based mentality would have been a much better option. I also hate leaving those anti-eco rounds so late, because you're not only working against the 5 pistols anymore, you're working against the clock as well.
Yeah, I really didn't like the way that was played there. Close shot for the AWP there by Score, but missed opportunity nonetheless. AWP's out both ways as well. Not a chance to see what they can do with it. Nade will come through, but avoids it. Here's a force buy for the Huns here. So it's actually a bad one either. An awful player. Chance! Blitz, fluffs his lines. Could be in trouble here. Thankfully, double dips, and we'll find the kill.
Man, that didn't look good there at all. Either way, Mzinho is going to be the one to use the pressure down towards ramp. Not for the first time either. Oh, man. Nice straight transfer there. Score really wants the trade, but another molly comes through, and that will indeed force him backwards. The Mongols revitalized on their CT side.
2v5. Feels sort of impossible. There's even a world where you can make a kind of a conversation around just call for a save. It's so early. I know you've got kind of 50 seconds to speak of, but the AWP has got to be a priority. They're not going to have any money for a buy until the next round. They're definitely not going to be able to get an AWP for at least a couple of rounds. Saving it would not be the worst call in the world, but looks like they've got other ideas. Trying to convert a 2v5 if your AWP already tagged is it's ballsy to say the least, and it feels like it's going to be coming back to bite them a little bit.
All right, well, they are indeed going to just carry their guns through, at least score will. Sorgol's not really too keen to carry the Tech 9 through, understandably so. If I'm the Mongols here, I'm hearing him running around outside. Okay, wait, there's an AK up for grabs. Is he going to get it? He does. All right, he'll get out with his life intact. Scoreline leveled up, though. Mongols keep 5 players alive as well here.
You take some silver linings if you're the Huns in terms of that scooped up AK, but I think all things considered, the Mongols sitting very happy right now. Like you mentioned, scoreline tied up on the CT side, but most importantly, 0 damage done to the economy. That's what kind of hurt the Mongols earlier. You know, they picked up a gun round, we were singing their praises, and then to lose the one straight after shattered the economy. So it's kind of that 1 step forward, 2 steps back anecdote. This is not the case anymore. Much better. Locking that in their place, and now, of course, for the Huns, they've gone back into a force buy, in all fairness, which is kind of crazy. They force ball around the orb, so it's an orb, an AK, and then just a few Tech 9s. I'm not exactly a huge fan of this. However, Score has made it work for the first. Now, we saw Senzu pull off a bit of magic with the Deagle. Maybe something might happen here.
Oh man, Blitz has heard so many footsteps right now, but nothing being offered up to him. Question is, how does he play this now? Does he try and get, you know, aggressive and push forward to catch them in the back? That would be a big problem because Score's looking in the direction. Techno will get a kill though. He's a massive threat. Wait, what? How's he gotten on top of the silo? Perfectly played by Blitz as he activates off the back of Techno, taking all that attention. Only Bartak left remaining, and not for much longer either. Techno reads that situation so well.
Yeah, really, really well done, it's got to be said. Here's that lead. Locked into place for the Mongols, and now they can start to work off it. I think for the Huns, that back-to-back force buy, super risky. I don't hate it, but I don't exactly love it by any means. I think when you've got an AWP and an AK save, there's maybe that conversation to be had there, but it is super risky nonetheless. And now it has kind of come back to bite them a little bit. They're essentially buying for these last 2 rounds, which is always a little bit of a risk. It gives the Mongols an opportunity to guarantee a tie game at the turn of the half, if not more. As the door pops open, Texas could be in trouble. Yeah. Oh, it's actually Blitz who kills him. And Blitz only gets 1 for his luck as well. Numbers looking good here for the T side.
Oh my goodness, they just rampage straight through, and they're not done just yet either. My god, the brute force approach working out perfectly. Mzinho sure gets a kill back, but look how much damage he's taken in the process. Bomb going down on B already as well. Does he want to have a crack at this? I mean, Yami doesn't have much health, and it's just about the timing. Yami's heard the footsteps. He knows. Allow Mzinho to bypass. This is a world in which he isolates these fights. He's got a smoke grenade as well. Can't count him out of this entirely.
Hang on a second. Flash on the corner. Smoke on the bomb. Sticking it now with a kit. Oh, it does get cleared though. My god, that was pretty close. Actually, the Techno range that does it. Nice idea, I think. But again, the Mongols, you should not be losing that sort of round. You're coming in against just Tech 9s. Techno gets completely overwhelmed through single door. Then the A site here is actually pretty poor. You know, they've got 2 players in towards heaven, one of which Mzinho gets tagged, but the other gets dropped for essentially no damage of any sort. It's quite poorly played. I think the Mongols just did never expect any sort of pace, which is worrying because they surely knew that the buy was going to be low. Credit to the Huns. Tied game 5 apiece. An alternate round of the half as well. An opportunity for them to guarantee that kind of tie. That's not a bad start for Yami either.
Yeah, great work coming through as he finds the frag on Blitz, and look at what that does to 910 now with the AWP. Leaves him in a very awkward position. Shotgun open coming through for him, but he will find a frag and get out of dodge as well. So good work coming through from him to level up the numbers in the round. Bartak wants to try and get the advantage for his team, but 910 has his wits about him, and I was going to say, it doesn't look like he's done just yet, but he will eventually go down.
Score. Answering back on towards Techno as he levels the playing field, but Sogo taking a lot of damage, and down he will fall. So now, Score masterclass here. This guy has stepped up many a time at the top level, but I don't think he's going to be given the opportunity. Mzinho at range, sees him off, drops him. It was a great little 1-2 setup there as well. You got one player playing out towards red, but playing loud, and Mzinho just holding down there. No idea where he was. The unknown factor. Mongols going to answer back. These rounds have been back and forth. Neither side taking this game by the scruff of its neck. Heading into the final round of the half, unfortunately, the Huns back down to a relatively non-existent buy. Just Tech 9s and 1 AK in the hands of Score.
And surely this time the Mongols will have their wits about them, right? They're going to be prepared for that fast A hit to come through. It's what caught them off last time. And it looks like, well, the Huns are faking it out this time. Are they going to be committing? Yes, they are. Through they go in towards the safe side. Senzu draws first blood. And that's just kind of thrown a wrench in the works for the Huns right now, who are still trying to make their way forward. Player by player, trying to breach through that choke point, the threshold, but they haven't successfully gotten through. And now Bartak's kind of been left behind. That cost him his life.
Second mow down from Zenio to close it. 7-5 at the half. The Huns catch up on their own map needed. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. So we've had a pretty interesting first half. I don't think it went to plan for either side, but the Mongols have a little bit of a sigh of relief. They've got a 2-round buffer in their favor, 7-5. The Huns on their own map pick, looking a little shaky at times, but it was T-side, so we give them the benefit of the doubt. Now they go on to generally the first side of Nuke, which is CT.
All right, well, this is where we're looking for a big half out of them, right? They did start nicely, but things kind of tapered off towards the end. The Mongols, I'd say they're the ones with the momentum behind them. Couple flashes in their back pocket in this pistol. Armor across the board outside of that, and Bartak has just had his bell rung, playing the same position we saw Mzinho playing in the first half. Nine tries to support him, but Bartak's like, mates, I'm already in the B-bomb side. I was not hanging around for that fight. Nine, he comes off worse for wear, and that gives Mongols a lot of options.
Well, Senzu. Feels like he might have a gap in behind here, potentially. But Techno has a bit of a gap in the armor. He's made a step, though. And now he's taking a couple of shots as well. Yami taking a bit of a gamble. Only showed his head as he peeks up through vent. Like this type of guy to hit one of these, but he won't just yet. Chengdu now pounces, he finds 2. Super important, and Sogo in score war 4 for the Mongols. If they find this round, they are sitting very pretty. Yami desperately trying to double back to deny that pressure, but the bomb will go down.
Yeah, there we go. C4 activates. Yami knows there's one in towards mouth. Eventually he'll deal with Chengdu, but he's not expecting Blitz to be towards outside as well. I mean, the Mongols are just running riot across the map right now. They've got control of everything and everywhere. Great work out of them. As you say, a huge pistol round for them to win here as well. Sets them in really good stead going forward. Blitz clears out Bartak, jumping around the corner with the Julies there. And that's a statement coming through from the T side.
Yeah, man, I gotta be said, that's a really, really good round picked up. I think the fact that it's, for the most part, completely clean in terms of how they're taking the fight. I think Chengdu does such good work. He slips the net there, and he finds a gap in behind that defense, and he kills 2 with relative ease. That's where the Huns fall apart. They actually had a fairly okay setup on that CT side until Chengdu finds that gap, and then it all falls apart. Huns, no real money to speak of, and they're not really going to force buy on the CT side. That would be damn stupid. They're just going to gamble stack here towards B. I don't think it's
something that's gone with the past, right? The force buy second round CT side.
I hate
since
them.
MR12 became a thing.
Oh,
yeah,
dude,
you don't really see them much anymore, right?
Yeah, it annoys me because it actually just doesn't make any sense. Like the T side, if you get a bomb plant, fine. You get $800 kit, bomb plant bonus. That's fine. But I think on the CT side, man, when I see teams do it, it never works. The 5-7's good, but maybe not good enough to win a round. But maybe I throw too soon. Yeah, we're gonna find one and skews up the AK untraded. That's poor spacing for the Mongols. They give him a freebie of a runaway.
Oh man, this could get dangerous really quickly. He's found himself another. He knows he has to pre-fire though. He doesn't have any armor, so he had to get the jump on his opponents. And Mzinho, well, he jumps around the corner and there's just no chance for the AK. That is going to be the A bomb site. Lockdown plant will come through, but I mean, hey, they kind of dotted around the bomb site right now. I don't think there's any way they win the round, but they could find another frag potentially.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Dink will come through. Blitz is exactly pretty.
No way, right?
One. Crashing in. No. In towards Ven, but he will find one more. Should be fine. And he finds a tap on towards Bartak. That should be that. So go. Took a long time to die, but they all run out of ammo. Down he will fall. Honestly, though, more expensive than I think probably the Mongols would have hoped for.
I mean, there was like practically no investment at all in that round there from the Huns. They were able to walk away with 3 frags, so they'll certainly take that. At least still some money in the back pocket of the Mongols. They'll be able to afford something in the next round, but it's not going to be pretty. This is the Huns' moment, right? In fact, I'd say the entirety of the map really rests on this round here for the CT side. Yeah,
agreed. I think you're absolutely spot on. This is so important. They're against a it's a little bit more of a force, like a full buy than a bonus buy, so to say. If they don't find it, though, they're in a lot of trouble. Techno slips the net early. And drop himself down towards Ven. Sogo's got my favorite gun, the auto shotgun on a play, which actually has its moments, in all fairness. See what he can do with it. Techno's wrapping through Secret. This is so strong. If he can find a gap in the smoke, he can do a lot of good work here.
Yeah, at least knows for a certainty that there's nobody through the secret stairs. So once his teammates get across outside, they'll have safe passage. They have a few more smokes to play with here if they want to deploy the wall, or do they just go for the fights is the question. Mzinho is hunting for those fights right now. Yami, he's hearing these audio keys, he's hearing the footsteps, he wants to get in on the action. Surely someone from the Mongols has to anticipate this, right? It's a very popular play to be made. He's even getting a move on right now. The Mongols are sprawling all over this B-bomb site, and all-out war's about to break out.
Tapping away to a single. Senzu's a lucky man to still be alive here. Bartak in such a strong position. He holds Yami at 9. Gonna pounce. Yami looking for a second as well. Doubling back on towards the site. The single door player falls. Vizio tried to find a gap, but he looks the wrong way. And the Huns stay alive in their map pick. They'd lost that. They were in trouble. But now they close the gap once again. And of course, no money on the Mongol side. So it is going to put the Huns at a little bit of ease.
Yeah, I will say... great work from the Huns. Great composure from them there, all things considered. Even though the Mongols are sprawling all over that B site, they still knew exactly what they had to do. They kept their formation and their structure very nicely. And they were able to clean up and keep, what, I think it was 4 players alive there, if I'm not mistaken. So, solid work coming through from the CT side as they get their first round on the board in the second half. And they reduce the Mongols to pistols. This is where they can really start to sink their teeth into the second half.
Yami tucking closer. It's actually it's quite a tough angle to hold him. Anyone comes through main, he's in trouble. But he's going to get one alongside that of Score. Down, door closed. Score going to drop in towards Vent as well. Senzu closes the doors. He plays behind it, but I can't really expect all too much to come from this round for the Mongols. Maybe a constellation kill or two, but it already feels like their sort of ideas being kind of pulled up here. The 3 remaining, slowing things down.
Yeah, can they find economic damage? That's really the big question right now. That's all that they're going to be looking for, really caring about. The Huns want to make this as clean as they possibly can. Haven't taken a lick of damage just yet. What you thinking from here, Neo? Any expectations as to how the rest of the game is going to play out? Where you laying your hat?
I still feel like I lean slightly in the favor of the Mongol side. I think they played a little bit much more of that clean CS, but I just think that being on that CT side gives you such an advantage for the Huns that if they can chain a couple together of the gun rounds, that's when maybe I can start to believe. I think right now you've got the Mongols going back in towards a full buy. This is probably a really important kind of telltale sign. If the Huns can kind of survive this scare a little bit, maybe then we're talking. If they don't, however, the Mongols lock in double digits, I think they can probably just see off and kind of ride the highs and the lows of the rest of this map.
Okay, well there we go. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. This next round here is certainly going to be a big one, especially for the Mongols, to make sure that they maintain control. Because if they lose this round, it's a leveled up scoreline. The Huns on their map pick on the favored side. You got to back them from there. Yeah,
absolutely. For now, relatively quiet, all things considered. In the early round, Blitz will find Yami, however, and that will change things a tad. There's now gaps in that Huns armor. Blitz can just wrap all the way down towards B. He wants the split to come through, but Bartek drops an aptly timed Molotov. Will fall away. 9 flash on the corner. Through the flames will fall away as well. This is a little bit troublesome.
Techno. Oh my goodness, he's lucky to be alive right now. Bartak, wonderful headshot on the first, but eventually does get overwhelmed. There have been some rotations as they try to wrap their way back in towards ramp, but Mzinho, he finds himself there, CT side, T side, doesn't care either way, either half, he locks it down. And that's a massive kill coming through from him to maintain control. Bomb plant follows suit, and it's the Huns who are under pressure. I don't think they have any business in this round.
I think you're right. I think you're spot on. I think you've got to call it. You've got to make a very kind of early call to yourself and just say, hey, we can't do it here. We can't really pull off anything. We're just going to have to slow things down and call for a bit of a save. 2v4, it's not impossible. It's just highly improbable. And I think having that AWP in play as well for 9 doesn't warrant a retake. Retake of an AWP feels, for the most part, nigh on impossible. So, Mongols going to lock in double digits. And this is what I was talking about, riding those highs and lows. If the Mongols can do it on the gun round, that's all that matters. And I think it does put a lot of pressure on the Huns now. You've got the Mongols who are 3 rounds ahead of the Huns, but also 3 rounds away from stealing away their map pick. And that's where things get very, very dicey indeed. 10-7. Thankfully, the Huns have cash, so they can rebuy in. Even the 2 players who remain alive can drop over. No problemo. Long term, though, not the same. This is probably the make or break, it feels, for the Huns. Lose this round, not only do the Mongols lock in 11, they more or less get guaranteed a 12th as well.
Yeah.
And that feels like the beginning of the end.
Absolutely. All rests on this round once again. Not the first time the Huns have been in this sort of position where they have to win a round to keep themselves in contention. They've got everything they need to work with here as well, mate. They've got the AWP, you know, decent amounts of utility as well. Senzu is doing damage. He's up to 16 kills, 13 for Blitz, 12 from Xenia. I mean, everybody really pitching up here for the Mongols. Yami, the one doing the lion's share of the damage for the Huns. And it's game on right now. What's the plan going to be for the Mongols? As I mentioned first half, you have to be comfortable to build yourselves into the round on the T side of this map. You don't get a lot of control for free. Have to be patient. Not a lot of space, a lot of room. However, 9 will take some of that space.
Techno. Looking at the bomb, but leaving it in towards lobby. Not going to pick it up just yet. 4v5. And Huns in a crucial round. Got a crucial man advantage. Looking to hold and double down. Yami, the space he is getting right now. And the information he's going to towards outside is insane. He's surely going to be the win factor. Yami or Pounds, Blitz to a 4 that they have to pop towards B. They can't go anywhere else. the 0-4 for the Huns to score. That'll be the round. Bartak drops Techno, and it closes things again. You know, a 2-round game. Absolutely on it. Mongols 10-8. Find ourselves in a bit of a position as well where we've got to look at the long term again, maybe on the other side. Mongols are going to go for a buy. Yeah, this is risky. It's a force buy, 3 AKs though. I don't know how do I feel about this.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting it all out there. They don't want to allow for the Huns to claw their way back. The problem is you lose this round as the Mongols. Then it's 10-9, anti-eco, 10 all T-side. That's going to be a pressuresome situation. Very light on utility as well. So I wonder how they're going to approach proceedings here. Have to go with this first wave sort of thing. And they all just grouping up and heading towards outside as a unit. Oh, man. On the precipice there, on the brink. Nine's going to clear it out. Once again, this time he exposes 3 players. Yami, perfect lineup coming through from him, although he will be on the receiving end. Brings 9-10 down as low as a single point of health, but he's still alive.
Bartak. Waiting. Being offering for him as well. Might get tested. 9. Orb shot. Actually gets punished.
No.
Back into a 3 versus 3. Round on now.
That's a problem. I mean, Senzu kind of out in the open there. Blitz has been able to secure control of the B bomb site. The problem is the C4 is in garage. That's not where they want the bomb. How Senzu ended up there with the bomb on his back? Miscommunication, lack of awareness. And that's just going to count them out of it entirely by the look of things. They're just going to carry their AKs through here. They've accepted their fate. Oh, that's really unfortunate here for the T side. The Huns, I'll take that every day of the week.
Yeah, timing couldn't be worse. Really. 9-10 and blitz. 15 seconds. And I think, of course, you know, like you were alluding to, with no bomb, there's just no chance this round. The Huns are going to make this a 1-round game. And we've absolutely got a conversation to be had now. We look at where we stand in kind of the grand scheme of this game. The Mongols don't have any sort of long-term economy. Blitz and 9-10 have kept a hold of an AK. I mean, I think it's probably even a world where you talk about a force buy around the AKs just in the fact that both Blitz and 9-10 are in double eco territory. And I think they might even go for exactly that. Techno's bought armor, and there's a Tech 9. So this is a bit of an all chips to the middle of the felt kind of buy here. You're looking at the Mongols, if they lose this round, the Huns will tie it up. But not only that, they kind of get the red carpet rolled out for them to take an 11th as well. That is where the game would absolutely flip on its head. This is kind of what feels like the make or break for the Mongols.
Yeah, they've gone all in. This is a really bold decision coming through from them. Bartak misses a key shot with the AWP. Another one also goes awry. That was 2 potential kills that could have been snapped up there, but both go with begging. And this is a huge problem now for the Huns. Sorgo with the USB somehow going to be able to find a frag back. No idea how that's transpired. Either way, no time to think about it because the bomb's down.
My oh my. This nade could be huge. Going to break that smoke. Behind it, nothing offering for 9. Nobody swinging for that T-side. That's so well played. The temperament from the T's not to overface. Tech 9 gets no-scoped through the smoke. 9-10 might be a bit of an unknown quantity, but numbers are starting to drop rapidly for the T-side. The post plant in denial to try and stay alive. Buying time, but the defuse has been stuck. How, in God's name, have the Huns pulled off that retake?
My goodness, that's a ridiculous retake coming through from them. Super well worked. 9 doing a lot of that work with his 2 kills in the round. And that's a huge round for the Mongols to lose, who will now absolutely have to settle for an eco. And that, as you say, rolls out the red carpet here for that 11th on the CT side. I mean, the Huns have done really well to just deal with everything that's been thrown at them from the Mongols so far, right? The Mongols know that they're the favorites. That's why they've gone for the force buys, because they've backed themselves. But the Huns have shown that they deserve more respect than that.
Yeah, that's pretty damn substantial of a round being taken. Another force buy, though, picked up by Techno. Thankfully, this time I guess it's only the one force buy. It's a hero AK buy, but it is risky, and it's put to 0 use. Drops without even dealing a point of damage from the gun. And at the very least, that's been scooped up, so it's not exactly wasted. But yeah, the Hunter, this is a prime opportunity. Take a lead and just lock it in place.
Yeah, I wonder if there'd be any frustration in the Mongols camp if they went on to lose this map, which is kind of looking likely at this point. Just the way that these past few rounds have really snowballed out of their control, the way they've been losing them advantageous situations. Just played with a bit of frustration. You know, pace isn't always frustration, but just the way they've been forcing up and playing very aggressively, almost like they're just expecting to win these rounds, but they've now been shut down and they have to go back to the drawing board.
Trying to stop them crossing. Sens are going to find score for this. Hang on a second. We're not going to have a conversation here about the low buy converting to save face for the
No way
Mongols.
is right.
Off the back of them losing, you know, so many rounds in a row in the gun round. I mean, this is a classic. Three remaining. The Huns. Senju's got a nice gap here, but he might get flanked in a second. Or maybe it might be. But no! Sogo! He's in trouble and he falls. Surely not. Surely not. 2v4. Look at the time, though. They will get the bomb down. And with an AWP on the retake, a double AWP on the retake, the Huns might not even go for this.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to accept their fate, right? Like you say, there's just so much real estate that they need to carry through. And the double AWP will be saved. The Mongols have done it. They lose so many consecutive force buys, and then when they eventually settle for the eco, they're actually able to get across the line, and they lost the opening pick this round as well. Make it make sense. I can't.
I cannot believe that this is the round that they pick up. I mean, this is where, you know, I like double AWPs as much as the next guy, but this is where they really do struggle. In retakes, just no chance. Let's have a look on the way out as well. I don't really think he needs to. I think pushing in towards the AWP would be kind of against the grain a little bit, but it will be the Mongols locking back into that lead. 11-10. I mean, thankfully with double AWP saved and it being the CT side, Huns buy in without too much sweat off the brow. But if you look at the grand scope of this game, and it still feels like it's anyone's for the taking. I mean, the Mongols got a slight lead, one ahead of the Huns, and only 2 away from taking their map pick. But he's struggling on the T side to find consistency. So honestly, who knows?
Yeah, who knows indeed. I mean, this game has just completely gone against the grain every which way we've turned. And I mean, you said it in the pregame, to be fair. Things just don't go the way you expect them to in this region of the world. It's exactly, well, that's been lived up to that expectation. So, is that like a paradox in a way? Ooh. I don't know. 9, no questions asked in his regard. He's going to find an opening kill. Trade will come through. Chengdu not content with just the 1. He's going to find 3.
Okie dokie. Alrighty. That, I think, should settle the ever so slight debate in this one. They're going to come over towards the Hell Flare. Shooting fine shot from Bartak, though. Will drop Senzu. Does he get given the likelihood of falling away? The brothers will battle here on the way out as the youngster who wins it, Mizinio, sees him off and will scoop up an AWP as well. Killing his older brother to lock in map point. It's a movie-worthy tale. But it is. Map point, your opponent's map pick for the Mongols. And the Huns now reeling off the back of that loss as well. That was a full investment. And they have to go into what potentially is the final round of their map pick with 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s, and 1 Deagle to save face. It's not pretty, but from what we've seen so far, this actually could be their better round.
Yeah, it's just so rough with the way that this has unraveled for the Huns, right? They were looking so good at 10-all, anti-eco. I'd go so far as to say the game in the palm of their hands at that point. They'd done all the hard work, you know, dealing with the force buy after force buy. They'd gotten through that load. Either way, can't count them out. 9, doing everything he can. Opening frag found.
9-10 finds 9. Yami finds Techno, keeping this a conversation. Numbers in favor of the Huns right now. Like we've seen before, if any round was going to be converted, of course it would be this one. Head spotted there by Senzu. They're going to come through. This could do a chunk of damage, and it will. I guess, thankfully, in a way, it's to the AWP, but if anyone's going to take damage, it would be him.
Alright, well, it is the B bomb sites under question here right now. That's an important trade that comes from Inferno. 2 versus 3, 40 seconds on the clock right now. The Huns still pepper this B bomb site. So they're well defended, well guarded on the side of the map. I don't know, surely Senzu and Mzinho are not going to be able to breach this setup, right? This crossfire is so strong. Oh, did he spot him? He caught a glimpse. He caught a glimpse. Oh, score! He's left his teammate high and dry, but it might not matter. It doesn't.
Of course, it's the round that the Huns win out. They come with a double MP9 and a double 5-7, and that's the one that they're going to win. Who would have done 11 to 12? He's still got the right to mistake. And honestly, it's now a real strong conversation having on overtime because the Mongols now don't really have proper money. They can buy in, sort of. You see a double AK, triple AK, in fact, the 9 scoop on them as well, but a double Khalil for Techno Messino. So, bit of a lesser buy over there as well. And because it's all premium rifles on the side of the Huns, statistically, they're the favorites. These lower force buys seem to be what is winning the round.
Yeah. So does that make the Huns the favorites coming into this round then, if it's the weaker buys who have been winning consistently? I don't know, man. 12-11. We go the full distance here in the first map of the series. Everything to play for. Mongols biding their time. Not nearly as aggressive as we've seen in the past few rounds. Oh my goodness, Yami's so lucky to have his life intact right now.
My God, what is happening in this round early doors? Nothing within kind of the first 50 seconds of so much space created that smoke to keep Blitz alive just by the skin of his teeth. Swing gonna come through. Blitz playing through credit card here. He doubles away in towards Garage. Yami's got the idea. He could swing in for a couple of his own. Oh, no. It's all on a timer. All on a timer. Yami gonna find one. Bartek gonna alter towards Techno. Senzu and 9-10 onto back. 3v3. 30 seconds. They're going down towards B. Towards outside.
No,
Senzu fluffs his lines.
Why has he gone for that fight? So unnecessary, man. He's been able to get to safety there. He can just join up with his teammates down the ramp. That's a bit of a rush of blood to the head. Now you've got the bomb plant coming through. Score doesn't actually commit there. I think the bomb would have been exposed to the single door, if I'm not mistaken. Zinho 9-10 down in the 2v3 post plant. Can they find a way to win this map in regulation?
Oh, 9 will get his head ripped off by 9-10, winning that eternal battle from above. Finds one, but he traded immediately by the finest of margins. The Mongols 13-11. They take the Hunters map pick, and we already said it in the pre-show, Hayes. We were talking about it. Yes, this map is so good for the Huns, but you can never count out the boys at the Mongols, and they showed exactly why, man. That's a really well-fought map. I mean, both sides, you never knew who was going to take it right until the end.
Yeah, I just can't believe the way that they were actually able to come back at the end there, you know, even down numerically, the worse off by, but they're still able to get across the line. Like I said, are we stuck in a paradox? Because we said at the top of the game, the top of the broadcast, these games don't go the way you expect them. Now, this game didn't go the way we expected, but we were expecting things not to go the way they expected. So, man, I don't know.
Just that
We're going deep on this one.
No, exactly. I think you're spot on. I think, you know, that really shows kind of how topsy-turvy some of these results can be, and how I think a lot of times when you have a lot of the favorites, it's not always the same. But right now, it's the favorites who've got a lead under their belt. They've stolen away Nuke. Now, of course, they've got Inferno coming up next. The Mongols are so damn good on this map. We'll see whether they can continue the streak, but before that, we're going to throw this one to a break. So, ladies and gents, sit tight. We'll see you in a moment.
Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
What's going on, people? Welcome back. We've just finished map number 1, and it was a little bit of a drawn-out affair as well. Back and forth, neither side really taking that game by the scruff of its neck. But all that matters, the Mongols saw it over the line. They've taken away the Huns pick and Nuke, and now the Mongols go on to arguably their best map that everybody knows of, Inferno. They've been so good on this map for a long time, whether it's the Mongols or IHC or however you've known them as. They've played this map at the elite tier 1 level in EU competitions, international competitions, and they've beaten, you know, they've taken some pretty big scalps. So I think it's safe to say that it's scary times ahead for the Huns right now.
Yeah, we did always mention coming into this that Nuke was a win condition for them if they stood any chance in the series, but that would only guarantee them Mirage, which is still always going to be a difficult playground for them anyway. The joke though, Neo, is that the Mongols have already played on Inferno twice today, right? Because they played against Tyloo on LAN on the map where they won 28-26, so that's what in total 54 rounds that was played, which is quite crazy. More than 2 maps in a single map now that we're MR12. So they should be pretty warmed up on the map, right? They should have all their protocols going. They should have their vibe ready and checked. Yeah,
you'd hope so, right? I think they are so good on this map. They're so scary on this map. I think everything should be kind of on the lock and key for them. And now they've already got kind of that Nuke out of the way as well. There's actually quite a lot of pressure off the shoulders for the Mongol side. You know, I think we were saying that felt like a bit of a win factor for the Huns, but now that the Mongols are taking it, they're thinking, it's okay now. We're going into our best map, a map we've already won twice today in best of ones. We're feeling actually fine. And speaking of Tyloo as well, just to mention, for those who stuck with us here on the B stream, so to say, over on the A stream, Wings Up took on Tyloo. They've actually taken map number 1, which in my mind feels like quite an upset. Tyloo meant to be the best team in the region right now, and that is pretty big. It was an overtime, 16-14 to close it out, or 16-12, may I say, so they went flawless in OT. But even still, you got Tyloo currently ranked in the world 36th in the world. Wings Up coming in at 104. So it's a pretty big upset. But it's only map number 1 there too. So who knows?
And it's also Wings Up's pick of Inferno. So yes, they do well to win that map, but it's still a long way ahead for them to win the series. It would certainly shake things up in this bracket and in the qualifier if Tyloo do lose there and then drop into the lower bracket. They'll play against the loser of this match, which is looking increasingly likely to be the Huns. The Huns would hate that, right? Like, they would just be like, what's gone on there? How have we ended up against Tyloo in the lower brackets?
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, in these competitions where there's, you know, the final 4, so to say, you always want that kind of that easier route. And if you are going to drop into the lower bracket, I mean, at some point you're going to have to take on one of the big boys, but you never want to do it round 1. If it's going to be Tyloo that you have to face in a lower bracket, to do it round 1 would be brutal. But also, to Wings Up credit, I mean, if they're able to do that, that would be massive. However, only map 1 over there. And same story here as well for the Huns. They may have lost their map pick, but Inferno is a known quantity. First of all, there's so much tape on how the Mongols play Inferno. So when it comes to kind of preparation and kind of getting ready for this, I guess you can put it, they're going to have all of these kind of strategies under their belt. They're going to have these strats developed. And I think that's one of the things that maybe might let down the Mongols ever so slightly is that, yes, they're very good on this map, but they are a known quantity. Everybody knows it's their favorite map. Everybody knows how they like to play it. And so it does give you the opportunity to maybe be able to counter strat. So maybe that's a positive, depending on basically how much prep the Huns have done. But I'm assuming with it being kind of IEM Chengdu quals and the final 4, I'm sure they've put a lot of time and effort into kind of getting ready for this matchup.
Probably watching, you know, the Tyloo versus Mongols game earlier on their second screen while they were shooting some bots or something, right? So they should have an idea of what to expect, like you say. And you know what? We don't just need an idea of what to expect. We're going to get to see it firsthand as we're jumping into the second map of the series. It's Inferno. It's the pick of the Mongols. They want to keep themselves here at the top of the bracket. They win this, they go 2-0. Lose this, we see the lights of Mirage.
Yeah. Probably a great. I'm assuming Tyloo going to take map number 2, and that one might go the distance, but so might this one. 1, 2, 3. Mongols on that T side. Now, not as sort of weighted as heavily, maybe as Nuke is. Nuke, very CT-sided. Inferno's got benefits on both. I think it is ever so slightly CT. I think last time I checked, it was about 54% CT-sided in terms of kind of the top-level pro Counter-Strike. So for the Mongols on the T side, it's not the end of the world. And if they can get a start here, that would be good. It is a dingbat to the core of the wall. So
yeah,
so only takes 6 points of damage.
Oh man, Yami's going to aggress here as well. He's going to walk straight into 9-10. But Yami still finds a frag before he goes down. That's really rough for 9-10, who now just commits into the wilderness. He does spot both players there. I'm pretty sure Mzinho coming out of Apps will be the one to really disrupt the setup. And that's exactly what he does.
Man, Mazinho is so crisp. Takes down his brother to get the A side as well, looking for more. Mazinho continues to fight as well. 2v3, bomb will get planted as well. Somewhat safely. I think they've now spotted both out towards long. Mazinho continues to impress. Sogo gets dropped, and 9 will follow suit. That with the Mongols' first round of the board. Very important as well, start your own map pick in a kind of a healthy manner like that. On the T side, get a bomb plant and all 5 kills means plenty of cash on hand for the Mongols to speak of, and they're going to know that the Huns, even if they go for a force, which they are, and I hate that they are going for it, they're even still not going to bring a whole lot to the table. It's only going to be at the very most upgraded pistols. Now, we spoke about this a little bit on towards Nuke. I really don't like forcing on CT side when you lose the pistol. If you win, fair enough, but if you lose it, I mean, the best they're bringing out is a deagle and a bit of util. Really,
yeah. I think there's one map you could maybe justify it. I'm with you. I'm not a fan, but Inferno is one map you can kind of get away with it. I like the way they're playing this. I think they've left Sogo some utility here, so you can chain the smokes at the top of Banana. Then they stack up the A bomb side. It's not a bad strategy. If you lose control of B, you just save with 4 players. You carry through your 4-stop guns and you go in the next round anyway. So there are some ways to kind of make this work, but I think MR12, you just want to get the guns in play as soon as possible. Full save second round, M4's in the third.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think you are spot on. There's maybe those 5.7s as well. They're pretty lethal at close range. Molotov in towards Cubby. Nobody showing any presence just yet. It's a quad stack A though, and that is where the bomb is heading. Unless they're splitting brackets here. And that's actually a good smoke to split brackets if they want to.
A lot of damage done through the smoke there by 9 with his Desert Eagle. So many shots connecting to the body. And it's exactly what they're going to do here. They're going to wrap their way around through CT into B. Sogo's been isolated. They were a lot further forward than he had expected. No need to take these fights to CT 9-10. He's going to hang around, but with good reason. He's got it under control.
That's a really nice call, that wrap through brackets. I think if they had gone towards A, they had so little information about what the site was looking like, but they actually had one guy who'd stayed up towards top car, so he knew nobody had showed any presence there. It's actually really well played. I think the Mongols have expertly avoided the stack, but also played that round of all the information that they could get. And they're isolating the fights quite comfortably here. Flash in the corner. Score will avoid it, but not the Juries. Senzu and Techno combined. It's the second on the board. Only the one casualty, too, against the Force Spy. A lot of positives to take away from that. I think for the Huns now, they're into a lesser investment. Not expecting a whole lot out of this one. So the Mongols should get a bit of a freebie of a third round on the board. And of course, because of that, Mongols sitting pretty happy, I think it's safe to say. They've got a lot of confidence under their belt, obviously hitting their shots, and having that round differential of kind of a 3-round buffer zone just gives you that confidence, that comfortability in terms of you starting your own map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to give them a really good boost of confidence going forward on the T side. I think there might be an element of frustration in the Mongols camp, you know, after the way Nuke had played out. They were in control, they were in a comfortable place on their T side, and they made some mistakes. The half kind of slipped through their fingers. Some Force Spies that looked good didn't really go their way. You know, I think back to one round, they got the bomb plants on the B side, but the Huns were still able to retake. So I think there might be an element of frustration on the side of the Mongols, and that's just going to jack them up even more coming into Inferno. Almost like they have a bit of a point to prove right now.
Oh, okay, only the one kill. I thought maybe 9 could get a little bit more at the tail end, but no. That was a low, complete no buy, so not expecting basically anything out of that. The Huns into their first full buy. This is the first real test, I guess you could call it. If the Mongols don't convert this, I think they're in a hell of a lot of trouble. 9-10's got an AWP. So is 9. It's an age-old battle that came head-to-head multiple times on towards Nuke. Very important round here. Technically speaking, this is a bonus buy as well for the Mongol side. They've kept weapons over for the last few. They've only had 2 casualties in the last 2 rounds. So looking to see whether they can make work. In the corners, great. A lot of damage onto Sogo. He's really peeking to his demise. Good boost from 9-10.
Yeah, great work coming through indeed, and they're not done just yet either. Techno, he wants to get in on the action as well, and he's able to just roll his way forward. Wonderful double kill coming through from him off the back of the opener.
Yami, Bartak, all they can do is save. Man, the Mongols are making these T-side rounds look so easy. And they're actually doing it as well incredibly quickly. You know, they're on towards that B side in sub 30 seconds.
there's just an element of simplicity to their game, and I think that's the concern for the Huns, is it's not like it's a very elaborate strategy that's beating them out right now. It's just, yeah, really simple, basic moves and Counter-Strike coming through, but played to perfection. You know, when the basics are done perfectly, that's really all you need on Inferno. That's basically the crux of the T side on this map. And it is going to be Yami denied as well, so they won't even carry any guns through here on the CT side.
Yeah, I think that's actually the most important thing. It's a really good call to hunt there. When you're the Mongols, you're so much money left in the back pockets. Yes, he gets a kill, but it absolutely does not matter by any means. 4-0. What a start here by the Mongols. The Huns have absolutely no answer at the moment. I think because of that, it's putting them in a really problematic space. They can't see this off. If they can't at least, you know, get a first round on the boards, we can see the Mongols getting kind of more or less 6 and then some. What was even a true response from the Huns? That's worrying. The Mongols can get close to or guarantee at the bare minimum a tied game without any sort of response, then it's going to be pretty damning. But that's a pretty damning shot from Yami. 9-10 kids destroyed.
Yeah, but I mean, it is just, you know, a single kill shouldn't really unravel much here for the Mongols, as they're happy to just continue to make their way forward. The Huns, this next gun round is going to be everything for them. That's where they have to make a statement and really get themselves going. Otherwise, I think the Mongols are just going to tear ahead. Too much damage to be done here. You mentioned, what, a 54% win rate on the CT side?
About that, yeah.
So that's a, yeah, that's a bit concerning.
Nice shot,
For the Huns, that
Mazzinho.
is.
Nice shot.
Yeah, he's looked good, hey?
He has. He's been really, really crisp. 8-1. He finds himself right now. More damage dealt. Looking for his 9th. One team or 4. Sogo running D, drops him. The trade will come through. Yami then run on quantity. Finds 2. My God. Thankfully, Techno finds it. He finds it with a no-scope as well, just to rub salt in the wound. That round a lot closer than we probably expected.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's, I guess, something to get excited about there for the Huns in terms of damage being done, but there's so much money on the side of the Mongols that they don't really feel that impact just yet. Still more than enough cash to buy up in the next round if they lose this one. The Huns, their resolution is a double AWP setup. I mean, outside of Yami, they've got 4 kills on 4 players. 9 Bartak, Torgo, and Score combined, so that's a concern. They have to come online here, and that second AWP could lead into success right now early in towards the top of Banana. No, straight through the smoke. Score's second AWP has been dispatched of.
Oh, then out. 9 gets picked off as well. And the Mongols continue doubling down on everything that's looking good for them. Swinging behind that smoke. Technically going to fall away somehow. Still alive. And unscathed as well for the most part. Yami eats a nade, and this round's already looking like he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and this is the really concerning round because it's the one the Huns had to win. Now they're going to go for a gamble, right? Because they're 3v5 down. They have to roll the dice. They're thinking, let's stack up the 8 bomb site. No, the timing couldn't have been worse for Bartak and Zinio. I don't think his brother's going to be too happy with that one. The 16-year-old continues to reap the rewards, though. He's the faker over towards the A site right now, but he's just doing it all. 2 kills coming through from him, and the Huns are in an awful position.
Yeah, I don't think they're even going to give the luxury of saving here. Mazzinho has the right idea. Swinging through the smoke. Sogo, at the very least, stay alive. Gets an AK as well. I don't think he's going to give them the luxury of saving. He's running back into trouble, back into blitz, and back into frags. Fair play. Sogo staying alive for the time being. He knows he's being hunted, though. He knows he's got to fight all 5 base on the tail end here. Nice shot for 1 more. So he gets 3 kills, but they're all just consolations. 0 impact kills. You hate to say it. Mongols 6-0. Seriously impressive. And, you know, you've got to start asking questions about the Huns in terms of, lads, call a pause. Just slow things down. You're letting the Mongols run away with things right now with basically no real cause to slow it down. You know, the coach NCL maybe wants to get into the conversation, but no, every single round, they're just flying straight into the rounds without really even taking a breather, without having any sort of conversation about what went wrong.
It certainly wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm glad to see that they're going to be contesting banana control here. This is exactly what I was going to say, although it is just in an eco. We need to see them contest banana or just give it up entirely, because every round has kind of been something in between and they're consistently losing early picks towards that part of the map. Yami, though, this time will draw first blood. 9-10 desperately trying to get something back. But it is going to be the man advantage for the CT side. AK recovered. This is going to force the Mongols hand in towards A. And the Huns should be somewhat privy to this as well.
9-10. Dropping Sogo, leveling the playing field. Bartak's got a Mag 7 behind it, but 9 finds a freebie with that 5-7. Zenio, eyes were trained already, kind of preempting a short player without really even looking towards Boiler itself. 4v3. Now the Huns got a conversation to be had here. Numbers in their favor. And there's low by my better ball or something. Bartak's got a flank as well. Surely he gets a bit of info.
Oh man, I mean, this is just the all-in play coming through from the Mongols. As you say, surely Bartak gets info, but it doesn't look like it, and he doesn't want to overcommit, doesn't want to overplay his hand. Oh no, they've gone all in. They've thought for sure that the remaining Mongols players are all in towards Banana, but it's not the case. They've bypassed Bartak, and with that, they get themselves into a completely vacant A site. Worst case scenario for the Huns is they start to hear the utility pluming over towards A. And, well, their hearts will somewhat sink. At least there's a double up smoke there, which will mean, well, there's still only one smoke for the Mongols to play with. They can't believe the site's completely vacant. Plant will come through, and it's on the CT side to retake.
Not easy. Not going to be easy. I mean, yes, I have the numbers, but don't really have the firepower in terms of one's got a Mag 7, one's got a 5-7. They're flying into fight. Hang on a second. They go straight into it. 9-10. What a shot. Not a man who caught up on all too much, but he's picking his moments. He will be dreaded out by Blitz here, but Score's got it all to do in the retake. Both are low, so maybe there's potential. Blitz getting spammed out, but he's still alive somehow. I don't think this time, unfortunately, there isn't. Even if he had a kit, it will not make a difference. Swing on the corner, and Senzu does not miss those. 7-0. I mean, the Huns, that's the best opportunity they've had, but still they can't see it over the line.
Yeah, we talk about damage, great, awesome, you get the kills in the eco round, but damage only means so much. You're only really able to capitalize on that damage if you're winning rounds afterwards, right? Otherwise, it means nothing. Finally, a timeout going to get called here by the CT side, give their coach a chance to relay some thoughts, as you'd suggested. But the Mongols have already locked in the half and the half win at the bare minimum. 7-0. And they're not showing signs of slowing down anytime soon either. And it's not like they're winning rounds in which they're just steamrolling and getting early advantages. They're even able to win the rounds where they've got nothing going for them.
Well, I think it's safe to say that the Huns, desperately need a breather. This is brutal. I mean, granted, yes, the best opportunity they've had. And I think for the Mongols as well, in terms of that little break, they can just take a sigh of relief and say, thankfully, we made our way past the onslaught there, but fundamentally a 7-0 start. The Huns even have a conversation about this half being good. They need to get, a flawless 5 in a row. That's a big ask. Buy back in. Full investment for the Huns. Lose this one, economy shattered, and we can even see the Mongols start making conversation about pushing those double digits in the first half. Goes without saying that is incredible.
Yeah. I mean, that would be job done if they're able to reach that point. No way you're coming back from that as the Huns. See what's going to happen here. Banana control already been taken. Look at Techno. He's asking questions. He's pushing up in towards the B site in the first 30 seconds in the round right now, applying so much pressure. Sogo doesn't actually realize that he's crossed, I don't think. In the meantime, his teammates making moves over towards the safe bomb site. The Mongols applying pressure across the board right now, making life so uncomfortable. 9 flashed backwards, and the Mongols continue to take ground.
My God. This guy, he's just possessed right now. He wants more. Actually, will be traded. 9, good angle. Good swing. No, fluffs his lines. Techno had the drop. I think Sogo's so low. I can't expect that much more out of him. It all comes down to Yami. 9-10. Thankfully goes for the safe plant round towards Oranges. Did they expect Yami to come from Ronaldo? Now they do off the silent queue. And he will not be able to get one.
Oh, man.
8-0, man. This is just a no contest right now.
I think if you're Sogo there, you should actually just be looking to try and fall back in towards Coffins, because then you're taking all the attention away from Yami, who's making his way up Banana. You want to try and buy time for him. You want to create that space for him to creep his way forward and get at least a kill for free before he compromises his position. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just rough. Nothing really going the way of the Huns right now. 8-0 down. Another gun round goes awry. Mzinho is just walking into players' crosshairs and taking their head up at this point.
That's it. That is it. 8-0, man. It's just so little you can say on a positive note towards the Huns. The gun rounds are being, for lack of a better term, pretty abysmal. Holds up on the corner. Sogo saved by the smoke there. Senzu will just get out of dodge, and he has to support a Techno around the corner as well, so pistols can't overwhelm and maybe pick up a gun. They don't need to test B here, you know. They've already spotted bare minimum 2, but I think they probably should expect the third to be the flash, the supporting util that came for the swing. Granted, score has rotated off. They smoked out of top car, they smoked out of A, so they're just going to slow things down considerably. I start those Senzu, my god. Sogo, deleted. Oh, and Senzu makes it 2. A 2-for-1 special. Feeling hungry here as he devours both of them. And he wants more as well. Score going to come over support, but he's smoked out. He might swing through it, but I'd advise again. Senzu waiting, spotting. This time not quite finding.
Yeah, unfortunately now there isn't even damage to speak of for the Huns. It's completely fallen apart for them. 9-0, the imminent scoreline. This is obviously the Mongols leading the series 1-0 at the moment after winning on the Huns' map pick. 13-10 the result was there, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, no, you are right.
Of course, there is another game going on at the moment as well.
Yes.
Wings Up playing against Tai Lu. Wings Up surprisingly winning the first map in overtime there. Second map has just started. Overpass underway. Winner of that plays the winner of this. Losers up against each other as well.
So, right now it's become to be looking like it might be Huns in that lower bracket. But who will be joining them, I think, is that big question. This is one of the quickest, so far at the very least, maps of Counter-Strike that I've casted in a long, long time. 9-0. I think it's probably more on top of that as well. It's not only that, obviously, it's been a flawless performance so far, but it's just also the fact, you know, the way in which they're doing it. You know, we're looking at Mongols winning a lot of these rounds being kind of the first 30, 40 seconds. We're not even getting, you know, these slow, early and mid rounds that we saw on Nuke. The Mongols just such a lack of respect being shown because they know how good they are on this map. This is what we were saying. This is the side who are taking scouts to the top EU level and showing why. 9 missed shot, but Yami not so much. 9-10, however, will punish.
Yeah, man, really just trying to force the issue. They've got the opening kill there, though. That's a rare silver lining for them. But then they just lose a player straight afterwards, and it's back to even keel. As you said, the Mongols just showing their class on Inferno right now. 4v4. Double digits awaiting the Mongols, and if they win this, then it's 11-0 pretty much locked in.
Yeah, you're all right.
Is it game over already?
Honestly, it feels like it. I mean, if this is the disrespect they're showing on C side, on the CT side, you arguably get a little bit more free real estate to do exactly that across the site. So I think, yeah, I really do feel like it is going to got game over written all over. Unless there's just a miraculous recovery, but that'd be a story of the ages here. Sogo, Blitz, he's got the right idea as that smoke dissipates. Who's going to spot who first? Yami gets dinked. He's a lucky man to still be alive. So there's 9-10, however. Slips the net. Sogo going to find one. Blitz might double dip. The AWP spotting one. No way. Techno hit that on the jump. What is that for a shot from Techno? That is bonkers. Hits that on the jump. The bomb has crossed. And now he falls back to the AWP. We missed that shot, but I think it's safe to say his job's absolutely done here. Full jumping shot. CZ pulled out as well. Pop flash in the corner's good.
Wow.
Sogo full blind of having kill.
Okay, is there a way back in? That Molly's so frustrating. Really, they shouldn't be without a kit. I think, yeah, just looking for some exit kills is the most they could hope for, especially with Yami going down. But they're so desperate, they want everything, and you can't blame them, right? You can't fault them. But once again, the Mongols will just cut them down. It's Bartak left remaining. He just wants to make sure that they at least go down with the bomb explosion.
He might not survive.
He's probably going to as well.
Oh, you know, he's okay.
This bomb explosion is punishing. He'll just make it back, yeah. Well, alright. Not much damage taken, but that's double digits. A lot of damage taken in terms of the scoreline, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it's one of those things as well. I think when you are kind of Bartek in that situation, I think the risk isn't worth the reward. the Mongols have won 10 rounds in a row. They're not struggling for economy in any way. And a lot of these rounds as well, kind of bar that one, have been actually quite plain sailing in the sense that they've only lost, 1 or 2 casualties. So I think sticking around there, if he had fallen, it would have been relatively dire. But for the Mongols, they don't really care. They've got so much money. 10-0. What a performance we're getting here. Just so quick. Blitz take a tag. Start off round number 11. I mean, when you're the Huns at this point, you can take any sort of silver lining right now. A more or less non-existent performance so far. This map. Double stack it. Playing up through the apartments. Will they pop flashes? Contact play. Contact. Zinho. Swing. No, fine. Looking for more. Techno! My god! He cannot be stopped! Well, bar Yami. The double is good enough, though. 3v3. The smoke dropped by Yami to try and buy some time. Maybe even pull over the rotations, too. I think they've seen the bomb.
Yeah, there's still so much time left on the clock here as well, though, and you do have Blitz towards the bottom of Banana. If he decides to try and explore up there, you'll realize there's no contest, but wouldn't make sense. They've got full A-side control. Well, not full A-side control. Yami playing around the fringes of the smoke right now. Was he spotted is the question. Well, now his position's been made known. He knows where 2 of these 3 players are, but unfortunately can't do anything about it. His teammates, though, they certainly can. Senzu gets out of dodge, and this is where Blitz just has to employ his namesake here and get his ass up in towards the B side, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, it's nice. First time in a while we've seen this side actually really look pressured here, but the time is ticking. There's a clock on this a little bit, but thankfully Blitz can just deny all of these rotations. Score going to come through mid. Hang on a second. Score gets the bomb. Oh, I didn't expect Senzu. I mean, why would he expect Senzu to be over there in towards ramp with 20 seconds on the clock? Thankfully, he's not the end of the world. If Score had dropped the bomb there, that's the round. But it isn't. And it means the Mongols 11-0. What a performance this Inferno has been. There is only one side in the competition. There's a buy to come through, as you would expect from the Huns in the final round. It's not actually brilliant. A FAMAS, double M4 and a double MP9. So, not a dream investment. Mongols, good opportunity to actually go flawless in the half, which would be nuts. Early nades in towards Banana. Molotov to come through as well. 9-10. Playing around that smoke. Going to go above on towards barrels as well. This is good control. 3 players playing through top car here.
Well, they're just looking to try and deny the flawless half right now. That's all the Huns really have going for them to try and make happen, I suppose. Saving face, saving grace. Who's going to be the saving grace in this round is the big question. It's going to be a bulk burst. This is the perfect antidote to the defense that's being employed by the Huns right now. Eventually, 9 will look back in this direction, but he only has an MP9. How does he deny these players getting in towards the A-bomb side with just the SMG? All support from Bartak will certainly make a difference between the 2 of them. They're able to lock it down. Finally, the Huns have found a winning formula here on the defense.
Oh, actually, I want to say a long time coming, but it arguably hasn't.
Yeah, true.
But thankfully, it's something to talk about on a positive note. Yeah, I mean, on the corner, we'll find Senzu. Bobbing and weaving there, leaving. 9-10 all alone. I think it's safe to say an impossible situation here. 1v5. 35 seconds. There's one. Go on. Go on. No, not to be. At the turn of the half, 11-1. Mongols dominant. Can they continue? We'll see after the break.
Alright, welcome back. Second half should be a brief one considering the complete and utter domination coming through from the Mongols in the first half. They just cleaned the Huns up on their T side. 11-1 the result there for them. Job done in the first half, at least that's what most people would say. Surely no way back into this one for the Huns, but a pistol round win would feel good for them.
I mean, it would help the confidence considerably. Oh, Techno. Such a cheeky angle on the corner here. Does he get cleared? I mean, they have veto both sides. But I think Senzu's basically the kind of the bait and switch. Oh, the flash not good enough. And 9's it. Senzu will fall. Maybe the Huns are alive.
Well, I mean, at least in terms of the pistol round, right? But there's still a long way to go here before we start to get excited. But they will delay what feels like it is inevitable. And you know what? Maybe they can just polish up this performance a little bit here. Make it look a bit better than it would have otherwise.
Ooh. Mazzinho, he keeps his pretty decent form, but it's only a consolation kill. The Huns up to a, I want to say, long-awaited second. I think they were hoping they could have got that in the first half. Wasn't the case, but in the end, doesn't really matter. I think at the moment now, when you're the Huns, you cannot look at the situation long-term. You can't think about even long-term in terms of the map, never mind the series. You've got to go one round at a time. And, thankfully, the first round is theirs. They take it. Bomb plant. Kills go in their favor. Means a buy to speak of.
Yeah.
On AK. It's okay. But I think, yeah, you can't look long term. You can't think, all right, recovery's on, comeback's on. That's where your kind of mental state might work against you.
I certainly agree with you there, man. I really do. I think it's something you just got to go round by round. It's like climbing Kilimanjaro. You're not going to look at the massive job ahead of you that needs to be done. You're just scaling the mountain step by step, basically. And that's what they have to do right now, and this is a bit of a step to be scaled here, because there's a stack over towards the side of the map. The bomb's following through. It's toothless, though. Now, it's just USPs. There's a flash that's going to come through here as well. Players push through off the back of the flash, but only a single casualty, and that's going to be A-okay for the Huns.
Yeah, consolation kill. Nothing more, nothing less. That'll be that. Bomb goes down. And, well, we're chilling. It's going to be a long end, 40 seconds here. Blitz, I don't think will be spotted. I also don't really think you need to hunt here if you're the Huns. I mean, just make sure maybe, as you can see with Bartek here, that no flank comes through. But Blitz, no armor, no upgrade of a gun. It's a full eco of a round here for the Mongols. They're making sure they have all the money to work with in towards the next. I guess it's just a slow, tepid end. He might be able to get, potentially, a consolation here. If the X out for the ramp, but they're actually all going out through CT bar Bartak. He might get the drop here though. Bartak seems no, he seems aware.
He's gonna see him though.
Yeah.
Oh, he's there we go. Unlucky Blitz.
Nice idea.
Well, 11-3. Yeah, gun round coming through. I mean, look at the Mongols, right? They were in a position on the CT side where they lost the pistol round, and they still didn't even go for the force buy in the second round on their CT side, even though they were leading 11-2 in that round. So that must make you happy. No,
oh, it does.
I know you're happy to see that.
I'm a happy man. This is exactly what I wanted. Just play it smart. I think when you're the Mongols as well, granted you can make the argument in saying like they've got so many rounds in arrears that they can take gambles, but do they need to? No. Veto misses. You hate to see it, but all things considered. And the end well, Molotov on the corner. Oh my god. Just getting carpet bomb there. Just everything dropping while they ain't seeing anything. Blitz though will be finding the first, so you can do all the nade damage you want, but you're not finding the kills. Who cares?
Yeah, he was still able to maintain his position. I think their push comes through a second late there, because they end up pushing after the mollies have ended, and that means he's able to retake his position behind the sandbags and catch Bartak off guard. Sure, a lot of chip damage done onto the Mongols, but they're the ones who get the first kill.
Ooh.
Oh, Yami. This guy's just brilliant, man. First bullet accuracy on point. Great kill coming through from him. Mzinho, he's now tasked with the massive job. There's support coming through for him, but he's had to take control in middle. I actually really like the way Mzinho's playing this. He's got Sogo coming through from the stairs. Finds that frag. Can he get out of dodge here? Surely not, right?
Surely not. I mean, Techno with him falling is going to level the playing field a little bit.
No ways.
Does 9-10 even expect 9 here? I really don't know. Yami's selling a ruse over towards it. I don't think... they've got to go back towards B, surely. Yes, as a car player, but you'd hope you'd hope that 9 actually found it. No, actually going to be tested first. 9-10, going to find one. Grab going to come through. Yami, if he doesn't find this kill, they could be in a lot of trouble. 9-10, gotta try to stay alive. He's got a dink as well. And now he's brought time for the rotation. 9-10 at the steps. What a hold towards Car. 9-10, that is a masterclass now to isolate fights. All three in a 1v3 from 2 different angles. What a beautiful way to find map and series point. 12-3. That is just beautiful there from 9-10. He's played that to perfection.
My question is, did he know that there was a player behind him on the B bomb site?
I doubt it. I think he probably only heard the steps once he had kind of killed one and was fighting the second. I think then that's when you kind of see 9 running to kind of help, and he makes the steps, and that's when he doubles, turns around. But it's just so well played.
Can't believe it. Yeah, he plays that situation phenomenally well. Score just barrels his way straight up Banana. That could have been a bit of a frustration push coming through from him. Sogo has a Glock. Sogo's got a Glock.
Yeah.
No one wants just a Glock.
Can't even afford a P250. You really hate to see it. Times are tough here for the Huns, financially and physically.
My goodness, Bartek at least finds the frag back. I can't believe 9-10's efforts in that previous round, man. The perfect angle held, the way that you say, he pings contact back and forth, taking the fights, isolating the fights to perfection. Even Mzinho, we got to sing his praises as well, the way he played in towards middle earlier on in that round. Either way, big job to be done here. Again, say his name 3 times in the mirror and he appears behind you.
He's so impressive. 16 years of age as well. For those who aren't too familiar with his game, get to know, man. He is incredible. Ball flash in the corner is really good. The Tech is in a lot of trouble here. Oh, if he held Miles Swan, he actually could have done some significant damage. He doesn't, and neither does Blitz. 2v3 in the retake, and time is not on the side of the CTs. Now they've got a tough one to try and get back in towards the site.
Yeah, the player who started with just a Glock in the round is able to find 2 kills, but the job's not done yet either. Inferno is still alive. He is kicking, but eventually Bartak gets the better of his brother, puts the 16-year-old to the sword. 9-10 left remaining, looking to phase through the smoke. Oh, he's been spotted. He still commits, though. And Sogo will cut him down, so that means the Huns live to fight for another day.
Yeah, momentarily, to a degree, but it will mean as well that Monty's not exactly great over on that CT side, so bit of an eco to come through. The Huns are probably going to get a relatively comfortable 5th on the board. So at the very least, they're chipping away at the deficit, making this a little bit, I guess, less of an embarrassing result, I guess you could call it. But either way, still a really long road to recovery.
Yeah, massively long road. In fact, most would say impossible, right? Need to win 8 rounds in a row T-side Inferno against a team of the Mongol stature. No chance. I mean, with Mzinho and 9-10 playing the way they are, they should be able to trip across the finish line from here, in all honesty.
In the corner, looking for a fight here, which they'll get. Due time is Blitz and Techno. Flank, nice idea by Mzinho, just get a bit of damage, but yeah, this round is not amounting to anything. Flawless for the Huns, expected, honestly, against a nothing buy. And the Mongols, speaking of, will get a buy, but not as much Techno. He did maybe slightly over-invest in the round prior, so only has a FAMAS. Yeah, she sells the flash there to get into the FAMAS. That's okay. Firepower-wise, not the end of the world. And of course, 9-10 with the AWP, I think, is probably one of the more important things here. Something that the Huns don't have as well on their side. So in kind of the battle of range, advantage is in his court.
Yeah. See how he's going to be able to put that big green, or I guess in this case, the big orange and white gun to use here for 9-10. In towards Banana with that sniper rifle. Testing though, more just playing from the top and controlling the half wall. Man, one misstep. That's all it's going to take for the Huns to fall to the wayside here in the series, down 1-0 already. Keep in mind there is the game between Tyloo and Wings Up going on at the moment. Wings Up leading that 1-0, and it's currently 5-6 in the last round of the first half, second map. So I mean, Wings Up still keeping themselves in it, showing that first map wasn't a fluke result.
For now, as we find ourselves just in towards that minute mark, the Huns decisions seem a little bit weird for them. It looks like they want to group up in the direction of A. 3 players here to meet them, though, which is kind of concerning.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of util for the Mongols. So if they lose the site, retake's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, they're playing passively as well over on the safe side of the map right now, so it means that the Huns are going to have to commit the entire way in before they get the fight. However, Mongols got cold feet. They rotated Blitz away. He was the one who was carrying so much utility as well. Now it's Senzu and Mzinho. These guys have been great so far, but Mzinho doesn't even get a single kill. Senzu surely going to get overwhelmed, and that's exactly what happens. Double players dropping down from the balcony. Great work coming through from the Huns. Blasting the door wide open on that A bomb site, asserting themselves. And that's going to be a 6th round on the board.
Yeah, early call for a save there. Like we said, limited util retakes are basically non-existent just because of it. If they maybe had a little bit more in the pockets, we're talking kind of the likes of you know, a few more flashes, maybe a smoke to work with, that would have given the chance to the retake. But without it, there's just no way in hell. The Molotov and the nade are not enough to try and facilitate. And of course, retake of an AWP is always basically not on the cards. So the Huns continue to stay alive, but you know, we've already kind of alluded to it has to be flawless all the way, and that's just to get to overtime. It's such a long road for the Huns. I mean, credit for them kind of mentally for not giving up, but it's definitely in these situations very easy to kind of just internally call it. But they haven't.
Yeah.
Still got a thought process here that they can pull something off, but with map and series point looming above you, your back's against the wall, and such a stark mountain to climb to get back in towards this game. See what they can do.
It's tough to call at the stage of the game as the IGL as well, because as you're making the comeback on this T side and there's still so many rounds to be won, you don't know if you should stick to what's been working so far to keep that comeback going, or if you need to try and stay ahead of the curve and do something different, and then you do something different and it falls flat on its face and you're thinking should have done the same thing. So it's a high pressure situation. However, again, a lot of early util damage going both ways, but predominantly in towards the CT side.
So Techno tagged early, so it's 9. 9-10, of course. The AWP also tagged, but it doesn't really matter as much. Flashing towards Banana. The Huns aren't really going to take any control off the back of it. There still is a smoke just dissipated to that Banana position. Odd stack to A is pretty ballsy. I mean, they're going to send 9 poking and prodding up towards B, but he's alone. The bomb is going in the direction of A. It's going to be well, it's actually a 4v4 fight.
Wow. Yeah, they've really stacked up on the side of the map. They had 3 players towards A last round, and then they rotated 1 away. This time, it looks like they're committing, but there's still time for them to change their minds. And this is what I was talking about. Do you stick to what was working for you, or do you do something different on the T side? They're going to stick to the bulk burst. 9-10 finds the second. Very messy from him initially, but all the kills going the way of the CT side. Oh, it's a TK with the HE grenade. Blitz will finish off the job, and the Mongols clean up the Huns 2-0.
Man, that's such a rough way to end it as well. They actually had some space to speak of, I guess you could say, over towards that site, but then the team nade sees them off. You hate to see it. You really do hate to see it. But I think when it comes down to it, 11-1 first half, there was never a conversation in this game. It was always going to be ending with the Mongols taking it 2-0 just because of how well that first half was played. I think the Huns, you know, they'll look back at it and think maybe we put up a little bit of a conversation on the first half. We actually potentially could have made that more of a map than it was, but it was just non-existent. I think that first half showing absolutely killed them, and there was no chance them pulling any sort of a comeback off.
And sometimes you get in those sorts of situations, you know, in 11-1 half, where it feels like the halftime scoreline is not really an accurate reflection of how close the half actually was. But this time it kind of did feel accurate, right? It was complete and utter domination from the Mongols. It's not like there was much of a contest. You know, second half, they showed some signs of life, but it was too little too late. Yeah,
no, you're absolutely spot on. I mean, an absolute one-sided half here. Not a one-sided half in the Wings Up Tyloo game. 6-all is how it's ended at the halfway marks. They get an even game. To kind of see that one off. And of course, now that means that we see the Mongols continue on through the upper bracket. They'll take on the winners of Wings Up versus Tyloo. We're going to continue with a lower bracket, and we'll be taking on the losers. So we'll be following the Huns as they take on whoever loses out of Wings Up and Tyloo. But I think it's safe to say, not only because that game's still going, it could even have a third map as well. And I think we're on a set schedule too. So there's going to be a pretty substantial break. We had a very quick second map there. So we are going to have a pretty substantial one. But interested to see how the Huns, if they can bounce back, right? I think there's probably a benefit of having this kind of slightly elongated break where they can just take a breather.
I think there were signs as well, signs of positivity, particularly on Nuke. You know, they were able to really push the Mongols the distance, and there were moments where they arguably should have gone on to win the map, you know, but they weren't able to. And then second half of Inferno, there were signs as well. So they, as you say, need to use this break here, just figure out what was going wrong from them, rectify those mistakes, and they have to make it work in that next game.
Yeah, absolutely spot on, ladies and gents. As we've already alluded to, there's going to be a bit of a longer break, so make sure to be checking HLTV and all of the rest. There should be a timer on the screen to some degree as well. We're going to be back in quite a while with the lower bracket matchup. It's going to be the Huns taking on the loser of Wings Up versus Tyloo. Sit tight. See you soon.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, you wanna say? I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Lay me down, leave me lost and found. Lay me down, loudly without a sound, and I will rise, rise, and I will fly, fly. Rise,
Welcome back. It's been a longer break, a considerably longer. I think we had like an hour and 40, I think, there before getting back underway into the action. We're going to be jumping over towards the lower bracket side of things. So we're sticking with the Huns, and they're going to be joined by Wings Up. They're a bit of a more of a, let's say, a more marathon of a game than we did. We had a very quick map number 2 and series in general. We actually had a longer break than we did actually have a series for our opener. So that says a lot. But we're jumping over to the Huns taking on Wings Up. Now, I think it's probably safe to say that, Hayes, that this was probably the more expected matchup of these ones. I mean, the Mongols and Tyloo definitely the favorites in their matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these were the two teams that came through the open qualifier to get to this closed qualifier, right? It was the Mongols and Tyloo who got invited. So the two sort of superior teams coming into the event were the ones who opened up with some wins. I mean, Tyloo were tested by Wings Up, to be fair, in that opening game. You know, Wings Up were able to win the first map, but unfortunately lost the following two thereafter. So Tyloo, they were scathed. I mean, it came close, but they still make it through to that winner's match against the Mongols. Yeah,
exactly. And I think now probably opens up a door there to see really who takes superiority at the moment. I think, you know, for a long time, the Mongols have been the biggest name coming out of the age of seed all the way through tail end of 2022, middle and latter parts of kind of 2023 as well. It's basically always been the Mongols who've been kind of the representative, especially in a lot of these kind of IEM tournaments. However, Tyloo recently have been stepping up, been ramping up big time. And actually quite interesting that both of these two teams are on LAN for the Mongols and for Tyloo, and they both played each other earlier today, so it'll be quite cool to see how that one ends in a series. But of course, we're on the other side. We take a look at the bracket, see where things are right now. 2-0 for us that we got for the Mongols over the Huns, dropping the Huns into that lower bracket. Tyloo, as you just mentioned, beating Wings Up means that they will join the Mongols for a rematch, but a rematch from a different tournament in a weird way. So that'd be a fun one to look at. We got the Huns Wings Up. This should be a bit of an interesting game to kind of, I guess, talk about, just because there's a lot in terms of the changes of these two sides. Like you mentioned, both coming through the open quals. When you look at kind of the experience, they played each other once within this year. That was in the open quals, and the Huns ended up beating them 13-10 in the best of one.
Well, there we go. That's important to keep in mind. I mean, it's everything on the line coming into this matchup, right? Because this is the lower bracket game now. No more lives remaining. You lose this, you're out of contention entirely. And you'd imagine that this is obviously going to be a big tournament that both of these teams would love to qualify for. I mean, you want to qualify for any event that you take part in, but this is the IEM Chengdu. You know, this is something that would be close to their hearts, I reckon, in terms of wanting to compete at this particular event.
Yeah, and I think probably the scariest thing is the fact that no matter who wins this, they've got to face one of the Mongols or Tyloo. If it is the Huns, they've got a rematch against the Mongols, which the Mongols feel like a real kryptonite at the moment for this side. And then if it's Tyloo, arguably it's even scarier. Tyloo at the moment in terms of form and in terms of the performance they've been putting up, they've been looking scary. So I think it's safe to say that, you know, win this is the first step to a long road. And of course, you know, this is something we spoke about in the pre-show for the day, that there's only one spot available. And because of that, you're going to have to take down some pretty heavy scalps. So these two in the lower bracket, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, absolutely they do. It's going to be a really tough run for either of them to make it through, but not impossible. We have seen both the Mongols and Tyloo looking fallible, right? I mean, the Mongols, they did bleed against the Huns in that first map. They did look like they might even lose Nuke at one point. Either way, shifting this conversation forward, we can just talk about some of the players on either side. I mean, who would you want to highlight on either one of these teams?
Yeah, I think, you know, for me, in terms of consistent form, Yami's probably the big one in terms of someone who I think can and should step up in a big way. I also think that the Orpa of 9 had a real good couple of moments in that previous matchup, especially because 9-10 seemed to be getting a lot of free real estate. 9 tried to keep him at bay. It's not the easiest one by any means, but I think nonetheless was someone who I think can be really good. On the other side, there's a couple of names who have been around for a long time for Wings Up. I remember casting Wings Up at ESL Challenger Melbourne LAN, and a few of those names are still in this team. Gas was one of the bigger kind of performances, someone who for me was super impressive, and I know he played quite well in kind of the previous matchup between these two sides. He was someone who I think is a bit more of a consistent name. Also on the other side as well, someone who continues to be very, very good. Child King. I think he's you know, one of the weirder names, but also, you know, every single time he gets called upon in big moments, he steps up. In terms of a fragging prowess, he's probably one of the bigger names on Wings Up.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Risk is another player coming through here on Wings Up, who's another exciting prospect, right? He hasn't really played in any bigger teams. This is certainly the biggest team and some of the biggest names he's played alongside. As you mentioned, there's a lot of history in this Wings Up team with Child King and Gas in particular. They've been a part of this team for 3 years plus, so a long history here in this roster for both of them. But I'm looking forward to seeing what Risk can bring to the table in the longer term. Just a month he's been in this roster, 13 maps played, but he's shown some really good form. The one player who can't afford to completely disappear, which does tend to happen, is Marek. 0.77 rating in the 13 maps that he's played for Wings Up. So it's really important that, he does sort of contribute here and doesn't just, he needs to contribute in the fragging department as well as obviously calling and helping, with the structure and all the rest.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. I think especially in these sort of games as well, I think we tend to look a lot at the kind of the fragging numbers, but the way in which they're going to call around each other is going to be probably quite a big one as well. I think as well, when you look at this matchup particularly, they probably would have expected to meet each other here, as kind of weird and sad as it is to say, because they were the underdogs in their opening matchups.
Yes.
So you probably expect it to be a fair good amount of preparation for each other coming in. And I think that's going to be kind of a somewhat biggish talking point in terms of how much prep they've done in towards everything alongside each other. Also the veto as well, which is something we can kind of dive into. I think it's quite important in these best of threes to get a good kickstart in towards the veto, and we can take a look through them. So to kickstart things, the Huns going in towards Nuke, tried and tested, also a very good map for them. We saw how well they played against the Mongols. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to take the map, but in this specific matchup against Wings Up, you'd say they have a pretty stark advantage just because of how good the Nuke actually looked. On the flip side, Wings Up saw that Inferno, didn't go great, and I'm thinking, well, let's take them on Inferno. So they've picked in towards that, and if we need it, Mirage is the decider. So an actual exact same veto.
Yeah, not only did Wings Up see that the Huns seriously struggled on Inferno, Wings Up also just beat Tyloo on Inferno as well, so it really does play into their strengths, and it makes a lot of sense that they would pick that map coming into the series. As you say, Nuke also still going to be carried through here by the Huns. They did show quite a lot of positivity there, so I'm looking forward to that if they can just rectify a few of their mistakes. They lost to an eco round right at the death there. I think it was like the 21st round of the map or something. They lost to an eco, which really devastated them. And then a decider, which I really hope we see, is going to be Mirage.
Yes. Yeah, I think if we get there, it will open up a lot more. I think, we always like to look in towards the numbers behind maps, so I think Mirage specifically is one of those ones where you have to just take it at face value and think whoever's got the form at the moment, whoever's kind of coming in on a little bit of a heater should have the advantage. Mirage is such a known quantity of a map. Everybody knows how to play it. Everybody util is, nothing's ever new on the map of Mirage, which is a blessing and a curse. I know a lot of people like to complain about it, but I still think Mirage is the great leveler. I think every team does know how to play it to some degree. Every pro player, no matter what tier you're at, you've been pugging this map for the majority of your kind of professional career. That, for me, feels like a great level. So if we get there, that will be actually quite interesting to see how things go. But I think the big kind of word there is if, right? It's like if we get there, because we've already seen, we had those conversations looking towards our previous series, and it was a relatively quick Inferno. So it does make me think what we've seen from last series into now, once again, we reuse the same sentiment that Nuke feels like a win factor for the Huns. If they don't take it, I'm quite worried.
No, that's true. That's a very good point. I do think it's a similar situation in that regard, that they do have to win the opening map here, their pick as well. Having a look at the event at large now, I mean, there are quite a few teams that obviously have already been confirmed. The partner teams, the likes of FaZe, Mouse, Virtus Pro, G2 as well, Cloud9, Complexity. There's some really big teams that are going to be featuring at the event. And then there's still 2 teams that are going to be qualifying. We still got the European qualifier that has to happen. And then, of course, this one that we're following at the moment. 9Z were able to qualify through the South American closed qualifier. Matey, they qualified through the North America one. That was obviously a really big result where they were able to beat out NRG, I think, in the final. Heroical feature. So it's looking like a hell of a spicy event, man.
It is. I honestly, I think what you've seen, how things have been kind of panning out in terms of the professional scene right now, it's going to be a big opportunity. And we already have as well one representative from the region there in Lin Vision. They made it through that
Yes.
China close qualifier on that incredible kind of land close qualifier thing that we had, which was super sick to see. I hope that actually becomes a bit more of a norm as well, because you could see the support from the domestic scene. I mean, that stadium was packed, and that was just a close qualifier in China. So Lin Vision wait in the wings to see kind of who will join them. Whoever kind of joins Lin Vision at a IEM Chengdu as well, they'll be familiar foes in that sense. The rest of the team, maybe not as much. Greyhound potentially, but even then, ping differences make it really difficult to scrim if you are kind of in the likes of maybe Mongolia, for example, and then Oceania. I think you're still playing like 200 pings. It's not exactly a pretty situation for the Greyhound boys, but at the same time, I think they'll know each other from many an RMR and all the rest. So this is where I think for me things are quite interesting. It's actually an opportunity. If it isn't the Mongols, for example, if it's the likes of Tai Lu, it's a redemption arc for them. But if it's one of the guys we've got here now as well, right? If it's the Huns, it's a chance some of these guys who haven't been on LAN for a long time to essentially prove what they're worth, prove what they can do. Same for the Wings upside. I don't think they've played a proper LAN since one of the ESL challenges earlier into 2023. So a good opportunity for both of these two teams who are definitely not as experienced on LAN and definitely don't get as many opportunities to show what they can do.
Yeah, and it's not like it's an ESL Challenger, which sure is a great, event to compete at on LAN. This is an IEM. This is really, S-tier kind of event where you get to rub shoulders with some of the best in the world. Keep in mind, there was that Chinese close qualifier that, as you mentioned, Lin Vision qualified through that. Both Wings Up and Tai Lu both competed in that qualifier as well. So now they're kind of getting a second bite at the apple to see if they can reach this event. This is obviously their last opportunity, their last chance to make it through. So, Chinese teams will obviously love to feature at the events, but they've got a tough path to get there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Coming towards this game as well, it's going to be kind of a big talking point in terms of what the mentality of both these teams look like. I think Wings Up, probably safe to say their mentality can be a little bit more positive. At least they took a map off Tai Lu. For the Huns, with how kind of unceremoniously they bowed out of Inferno, that can have a bit of a knock-on effect. Granted, they've had, like a 2.5-hour break now between the last series and this one. However, it's not easy to kind of bounce off the back of getting just battered on Inferno and then have to completely mentally reset and go again in towards this. I think it's safe to say that for the Huns, we're hoping that they've had a moment to take a break, go for a walk, whatever, completely reset the mental before coming towards this one, because Wings Up are no joke. And I think if they come in still a little bit dejected, they're going to be in a tough spot.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, I would say Wings Up are the favorites coming into this particular series. They showed some good form against Tai Lu as well. So they'll be feeling positive about this. They'll certainly be backing themselves, maybe a bit wounded on the Huns side. But this is where you got to prove yourself. You got to test your mettle and show everybody what you're capable of, right? So we're going to have to wait to see if they're going to be able to make that happen. Shouldn't be much longer before we're jumping into the game here. Do you want to give us a prediction, mate?
Yeah, I mean, this one feels quite tough, but I actually think I'm going to lean in favor of Wings Up. They're, in my opinion, a bit more of a known quantity, and I think the individuals are very talented. I think, I'm expecting kind of some big things to come out of the likes of kind of Child King and Gas to come through in terms of what they can do individually. Like you mentioned, a couple of the others, Flying Risk have also stepped up in big ways. Marek is a bit of a leader, a bit more of a kind of experienced head on the team. I think the raw individual power for me feels slightly better for Wings Up. However, the only thing that plagues them is their inconsistency. I'm going to lean with them, but I think it might require 3 maps.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, fair enough. I'm going to go... Oh, man, I want to be different, so I guess I'll say Wings Up in 2. But let's wait and see if that is going to be the case or not. I think we both sort of, in contention there. We both agree that Wings Up should certainly be the team walking away with the victory here. But if we see the best of the Huns, as we saw against the Mongols, if we can cherry pick those best moments and then say, okay, that's the level we're going to see out of them for the entirety of this match, then they certainly are in with a chance,
Yeah, no, exactly that. And then, of course, you got to look, further on in terms of them continuing in towards tomorrow and looking at the likes of the run through the lower bracket. It's not going to be easy. There's no two ways about it. But when it comes down to it, I think it is a very good experience for both these two sides anyway. They already proved through open quals. Open quals are brutal as they come. Now in towards the close, putting up decent performances, they can take silver linings away from it, but I'm sure they won't be happy with just silver linings. And this is now, if they're going to start at any point, it's now or never. But sadly, after the series, we do have to say goodbye to one of these teams as well.
Yeah, and that is going to be quite brutal, right? Like I said, an event that would certainly be close to both of these teams' hearts. Remember, there is the Asia RMR coming up in about a month. Tai Lu going to be featuring at that, so that's certainly something they'll be building in towards. As for Wings Up, they didn't reach the RMR, right? They weren't able to make it through the closed qualifier, so that's certainly something that I think is important to keep in mind here as well for Wings Up, is that they don't have that RMR to look forward to, and something that they could still try and, you know, perform well at. They want to get this event here. This is where they, you know, have a chance to try and compete with some of the other teams. So I think it'll be quite important to them in that regard.
Yes, exactly that. We should be getting another way in towards the game. I think start time is just around the corner, getting everybody in the server. And from what I can see, most people are just about getting in. I think we're just waiting on one more from the Huns, and then we are good to go. And yeah, this is now kind of a good chance to look in towards that. I am interested to see as well. We're going to be keeping tabs on that Mongols and Tai Lu game in the upper bracket. I think this is where we have to look at things on their side and say, realistically, Utexia is actually now the favorite for the rest of the tournament. And, you know, even though it's quite early to say that in the first round or the second round of the upper bracket, that is the expected final. I think we'd both kind of agree with.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, I don't think you get an advantage for making it through the upper bracket. I think the advantage is that you have to play one less game, right? So
yeah, exactly.
That's normally how it goes, kind of thing. So that's certainly, yeah, with such a busy calendar, will always be appreciated. But you know what? We've had to wait a while. We're not going to wait any longer. We're getting into the opening map here, lower bracket match, the opening lower bracket game. Loser of this is the first team to be eliminated from the closed qualifier. Winner, well, makes it through to tomorrow. Let's see what's going to happen. My name's Hayes, joined by the wonderful Neo. Let's get into it, mate.
Man, I'm buzzing for this. I really am. Let's see how things pan out. This one feels like a little bit more of an unknown quantity compared to the previous game. Oh, and he tries to go quick. Soko will catch him, score. Does get traded, but in a matter of a moment, there's Gas left all alone towards outside. I feel like Yami might have his number here, and 4x3 sold him down the river. Down he will fall, and that is going to be an incredibly quick start. The Huns finding a pistol without too much kind of sweat off the brow.
Yeah, going to be a great way for them to begin their campaign here on the T side of their map pick. Just to point out to everybody, something we'll have to remind you guys of a few times, no doubt. H is Marek, okay, and V is Risk. Now, we've tried to fix things on our end. It's nothing to do with our HUD, unfortunately. It's just what the situation... Yeah, it's what the situation is. And Dangerous is Child King. So
yes.
Good luck keeping up with that one there.
Yeah. H, Marek, V, Risk, Dangerous, Child King. We'll try and reiterate it. We'll try and learn it ourselves, honestly, because...
you just call him a Dangerous Child King?
Oh, yeah, there we go. Exactly. I mean, not so dangerous in the server just yet. 0-1. But maybe,
true.
To kickstart things in a mere moment. Yeah, we have a pretty immediate tech pause, unfortunately. So hopefully only a brief one, and then we get back underway. I mean, when you look as well at how that started, I think that's the Huns trying to shake off a little bit of the kind of the wear and tear off the back of their previous series. Coming towards the first round, going flying, basically. Take fights immediately to... I can get a bit of confidence going, right? I think they know that individually they are a very talented side, and they really can't come in towards this matchup with anything to lose. If they do, that's when they're going to be a little bit inconsistent or a little bit nervous, and it can cost them. That's the sort of start we want to see from the Huns. Granted, it's not something they can do every single round, but I think for Wings Up, they tried to go aggro in towards lobby. They tried to actually punish the Huns with a lobby crunch, and just no one was hitting their 50s.
Yeah, hopefully something that they'll shake off in the early stages of the game here, not something that will plague them going forward. There's going to be a full eco coming through from Wings Up CT side here. Neo's a happy man. And I am too, because we're going to see some sort of a stack coming through from them, yeah, not just going for a conventional hold. It's a toothless stack though, man. USP stacked up together. Who's scared of that?
Yeah. Well, we've said this before, and then sometimes a bit of a miracle comes to fruition. I don't think it's going to happen here. I do like what Child King is going for. It's an information play. You can just about spot a pixel of anyone who tries to sneak their way out a single door. But, I mean, fundamentally speaking, they shouldn't have too many issues getting rid of this. The second they spot it out, it should be fine. Yami does get tagged. He's tapping away at the toes. Score. Spots the both of them as well. They might not expect the second guy. Yeah, they will. They will. It's okay. It's okay. Thankfully, those sort of rounds can be a little bit dicey in the sense that maybe they're more expensive than you'd hope, but this time not to be. Gas hasn't moved out of spawn, actually, so I'm sure we're not going to see too much action from him.
Yeah, all's well and ends well. As you say, Gas is just, well, taking his foot off the gas. He's been there from the beginning of the round, by the way.
Yeah.
don't know what was up with that, but
I think it's like the setup.
there's always
right?
that one guy.
Yeah, because basically you play, 4 guys in the rafters, but because you're not playing a heaven or a ramp player or a hell player, if someone wraps through and they go through heaven,
Yeah.
all 4 of you dead in a matter of moments. So I understand why they're going for it in the sense of holding out for any big flanks. However, it does kind of come to 0 use at all. You might get something in the way out here. 9. Oh. I don't think 9 actually wants to take the fight here. He doesn't need to. First of all, it's just the USPS, which he knows he's been tagged by it. And there's no point losing your life. So, Huns, 2-0. Wings up. That was a full eco. Now into a full buy. Now, only goes without saying, we want to see them get out the gate quick.
Well, this is what they've been looking towards, right? This is what they saved their money for in the previous round. Rifles across the board, a healthy amount of utility as well. No AWP on the server. I like these sorts of rounds because you can get a bit more dirty with the rifle. You can afford to take a bit more of a liberty in the round. You don't get as punished if you make a mistake or a misstep. You can afford to swing a bit wider, force a few more fights that you otherwise wouldn't if there was a sniper in the round. And normally that results in some more entertainment as well. Either way, the Huns is going to take their time here. They've got a buy in the bank. They've got some freedom coming into this round here. Have a look at Wings Up. They've used a lot of their utility very early on in the round.
This is traditionally what we would call a bonus buy towards the Huns. If they convert this momentum-wise, also long-term money-wise, they're going to place. Oh, Chalking runs out of ammo. Spamming the single door smoke, costing him his life, and actually drops an upgraded weapon. Oh, and it's all just falling apart. Or maybe not. All right, for a triple. And a 2 versus 2 ensues.
Yeah, salvaging the round there with the triple kill. 45 seconds on the clock. Bartak quite disconnected from Yami right now. It's all about the timing. Gas in mouth. Oh, himself and Bartek just with the backs turned to one another. It's just a matter of timing in terms of who's going to spot who first. Yami actually finding contact in towards heaven. That's with flying. In the meantime, Bartek will make his way down the vent. I wonder if he's going to get turned out in the... And Yami finds the frag. Gas is left in between the both of them. He has no idea what's going on. He'll hear the bomb plant, so now he makes his way down, but he has to clutch this one out, and it's going to be a difficult one.
It's not easy. It really isn't. He doesn't have a kit either. It's going to make this thing so difficult. I don't think it's even a kit kind of in the near vicinity to even scoop up. A window's not broken either, so he's going to have to make noise some way. Oh, doesn't matter. Bartak's going to tear his head off. And that will be that. 3-0 on a bonus buy 2. With a couple of players staying alive. It goes as good as it can get for the Huns. Very quick start. Their nuke proving just how actually scary it can be. And this is what we want to see out of the Huns. Out the gate quickly. Rifle rounds and pistol rounds going in their favor. I'm putting Wings Up now on a bit of a timer in terms of when they're going to get this first CT side round. They need to. If they don't, they're going to be in a problematic state, to say the least. Gas is going to pick himself up at MP9, dropped over. But for the most part, it is just a bit of a half buy.
Well, I mean, just thinking back to the Huns' game against the Mongols on this map, they had a pretty good T-side from the get-go.
Yes.
And then it started to sort of fall off towards the end, right? Just thinking back, they were leading there 4-2 as well at one point. Yeah, it should be 4-0. It's just about making sure that they keep up in this form, right? They don't start to get lazy or change the winning formula here. As they have taken a bit of damage. I don't think there's any chance of them losing the round here on the T side.
No, I think you're right. I think you are. A little quiet. 2 remaining of Wings Up. It's not out of the realms of possibility. You've got a 5-7, 1-tap headshot potential against full head armor at close range. MP9, which can be a real problem. The own team Molly tickling the toes there at 9. Didn't really expect the spread. Yeah. From your teammate as well. You just got to look at them thinking like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah, what's going on there, bro? Whose side are you on? Okay, well, they'll have a crack at this because they're going to be buying up in the next round anyway. Max round loss bonus behind them. Couple SMGs, no kit. Damage would still be lovely. They start to edge their way forward. One going to be coming through from mouth, one from Heaven. Yami is posted up though. Great crosshair placement. Although, speaking of crosshair placement, Gas is going to double down. There's no way to win this round just by the lack of time on the clock, but the damage will still certainly be welcomed.
Yeah, they'll take it. I mean, realistically speaking, that is a... What is that from 9? Glock
yeah,
didn't even
Glock.
stop running. What? What is that from 9? That's a ridiculous kill on the way out. Oh my god. I mean, that's where having no head armor can cost you. That is... Okie dokie. That is something. That's a funny way to lock the round. I mean, the round was confirmed anyway, but it's a funny way to finish it. That is hilarious. I mean, you kind of got the feel for Wings Up. It felt like they were doing everything right in terms of the save call, but thankfully they do have a buy towards this round regardless.
Yeah, frustrations hopefully going to be left in the previous round after getting blocked like that. It is an AWP in play here for Risk as well. And it's a really important round. He's playing quite passively with the AWP as well towards Zeke, which is holding an angle, waiting for him to come in towards the stairs. And that's exactly the strategy that the Huns are going to employ. Making their way forward. Oh man, straight into the scope they go. And Risk is in a great position here. Get a frag knife out, fall immediately back, take the next angle. No, he wants to smoke them off and keep them at bay. But that's a lovely bit of work coming through from their AWP.
Off the back of that kind of initial bit of contact, Huns going to call for a pause too. I think understandably too, in the sense they have actually quite good map control. It's just they don't actually have any clear in routes towards the side. Bartek finds one. The quick trade will drop Yami, and the bomb now spots towards Garage. This is a really janky fight for Sogo. Thankfully, Score will bail him out.
Oh man, Kills is going back and forth, peppering the kill feed right now. 32 seconds on the clock. It's Sogo's got the bomb on his back, but Flying just catches Bartek completely off guard there. With the time left on the clock, this now becomes very difficult. Flying playing this to perfection, not giving any gunfights away. Sogo trying to bait that it's so he might be going up the ladder. He just doesn't have the time to play with right now. Has to first fight and then go for the bomb plants, and Flying will cut him down as well with that Wings Up on the board.
Well, they needed it desperately. If the first gun round didn't go your way, the second absolutely has to, or else it just starts to fall apart at the seams. We saw that happen to the Huns on Inferno, so I can fully understand that, you know, where that pressure starts to lean on the shoulders of Wings Up. They do not want to kind of repeat what their opponent essentially failed to do on the previous series. I'm sure as well with the sort of 2-hour-ish break that we had, that there's plenty of time maybe for Wings Up to look at kind of what Huns like to do with their defaults. AWP shot's good. Sogo gets caught. That's a lovely shot. Very quickly done there.
Yeah, really important opening kill coming through there. Risk will find a second. He can't fall out just yet either. He can't afford to clock out. My god! Risk with the no-scope barely catches a glimpse of Yami. He just tries to buy another lotto ticket, but this time doesn't punch in the winning digits. However, does leave his team in a very doable 2 versus 2.
So quiet. Resmoke main. Again, nothing offering just yet. 9 falls. Bartek trades 1v1 and he drops down towards B. But look who's here to meet him and greet him. Oh, no good out, thankfully. Woo, thankfully Flying will see it off. That was worrying for a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's okay.
All's well and ends well, I suppose. And now, look at the money. It's been exhausted for the Huns. They're going to have to settle for an eco. Got no cash coming up into this next round. You upgrade a pit. Oh, they're going all in here. They're spending all their money. Okay,
risky.
It's going to be upgraded pistols, the Galil as well. This is a bold call coming through from them.
It's risky as well because, you know, I don't mind a force buy on the T side when you've maybe got the likes of a couple of AKs to kind of buy around. They're actually only buying around a Galil. That feels pretty janky. But there is a triple Tech 9, and, you know, Tech 9's very good for those quick pops towards the site. Marek might be in a bit of trouble here. And he is. He will fall. Child King's an altar back one of his own. Makes it a double. Gas up on high. Looking to try and alleviate some of the pressure. 9 to the smoke falls. And I think that should be that.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be. And that's the force buy just getting completely obliterated for the Huns. Didn't have to go for it at all. It's not like they were coerced into that situation. They just really... It was a completely cognizant decision there that wasn't entirely necessary. And it's cost them. It's going to set them back a pace now because it's going to be 4-3. Then they eco into an equal scoreline. And this is exactly what had happened against the Mongols just earlier on their T side, where they were up 4-2. The half ended 5-7 in the Mongols' favor. That's a nice shot. Haircut for free.
Might get another chance here as well. Flying. Full, but Gas will trade him out. So, all things considered, not too bad at all. I think now as well, for the Wings upside, this is really positive. The CT side, putting rounds on the board, consistent rounds on the board as well. And obviously, more importantly, surviving against not only the gun round, but the bonus buy too. Those bonus buys can be quite fickle. Sometimes they can be really difficult to kind of play up against because teams will step up the pace and all the rest. Not the case here. So, Wings up win that. Means that only a low to half buy for the Huns. Wings up should tie this game over. Prime opportunity to make it a 4-all scoreline.
Yeah, and then really start to pull ahead from there, right? And put some serious pressure onto the Huns. It's about keeping numbers alive in this particular round as well. They want to build into their economy. Haven't got much money in the bank here across the board. And we know what Yami's Desert Eagle is capable of. Lit the kill feed alight a couple of times already here on the map. The man you highlighted coming into this game as well for the Huns.
Oh, little tap away there from Gas. Bartak, oh my god, flying! Caught on the reload. The sound cue's enough for Sogo to work with. Not bad. He actually doesn't commit as well to dropping down towards B, so he might even bait in another fight here.
Oh my goodness, he does. He does bait in another fight. Unfortunately, the fight just doesn't go his way. And that's going to be the scoreline leveled up now by Wings Up. And that means we have a really important gun round. Because if the Huns lose this, then that's, what, 5 rounds in a row. And the momentum would have completely shifted at that point.
4-all. Game on. What started so well for the Huns as well is now looking a little fickle on that T side. Granted, it is the T side of Nuke, so we've got to take it with a grain of salt. Any rounds you find are good rounds, but you have to be ever so slightly concerned. Things could get dicey. A scrappy fight. I thought they were actually going to run through that door smoke there. Thankfully, they opted against it. Risk was holding it. Actually dropping towards Vent here as well.
Oh my. Aggression going to be coming through. Dangerous off the back of the HE grenade. Not dangerous, flying. He's living dangerously though, that's for sure. No warp in play here. The Huns looking to clap back, looking to put some pressure back onto the CT side here. Just taking their time. 4 players grouped up in towards lobby. Nothing being offered up by the CT side though.
Yeah, very kind of quiet in the mid-round here by the Hunt. Oh, hang on. This is a beautiful push from Sharky. If he gets timing, he can get him behind them. Oh, he gets caught, though. Yami holding for it. The insurance policy of Yami finds one and just falls away. Exactly the right way to play it. Find a kill, drop back towards outside. They do not need to commit here, or overcommit at the very least. To make noise, it's a drop towards ramp that is also a ruse. The bomb seems like it's doubling back towards A.
Oh, Marek in a great position. Mows them down. Can he find a third? A lot of damage inflicted. More than enough time for the reload. He knows that there's going to be pressure coming through. Mouth as well. Eventually, Sogo will force the issue. Kill comes through. 2 versus 2 recovered. Yami able to claim a kill as well. Does Gas want to wait for his teammate? No. Timing works out perfectly. Only Sogo left, and he will go down as well. Great round coming through from Gas to recover.
Yeah, honestly, really, really well done. It has to be said as well, when you're looking at how that's played like that, I don't understand what the Huns are doing. They've got all this top ramp control. They've sent a feeler down towards B ramp, and he's had no aggression put on towards him. So surely use that space. There's no way that Wings would have been gamble stacking B site that kind of early into a round, so I'd say. You know, there's a minute left on the clock. And I think them doubling back into his lobby, it's a poor decision. They've already... Yami's fought one, and he's been forced away outside of lobby towards outside because he knew there was another there. So they've got to know there's a lobby player who's taking all this control. I think them doubling back has shot themselves in the foot massively.
Yeah. Got to leave that behind them though, focus up on this next round, and they've already taken quite a bit of damage. However, they've inflicted some as well. Nine's been able to claim control towards ramp. This is a a rare luxury here for the Huns, right? Having some ramp control, and in fact, they've been able to get themselves another kill in the process. Risk has missed his shot, and everything has fallen apart. The Huns just turn up the pace, and it works out perfectly.
Yeah, that's it. Remaining 2 of Wings Up. Just say go for a save, actually, but score. Spotted 1. Shao King. He looked like he was tempted for a swing there. I think he's going to pretty smartly opt against. Dropping an nade on his own smoke as well, thinking that there's somebody lurking inside of it. I think he's fine, though. They should be okay to save these 2 rifles over. Actually really necessary as well. Even though Wings Up have been doing quite well, they don't actually have that strong of an economy. Each and every round they've been winning has been hard fought, and quite a few casualties too. So, smart decision. Go for a save there, and the Huns are going to tie this game up. So, you know, this game already kind of considerably closer than what we saw at the tail end of the series in our previous one.
Yeah, true. Difficult to say which way these last 2 rounds are going to go. You look at the money here for Wings Up. They don't have much of it after they spend their cash here. So if the Huns win this, 7-5 looks likely.
Let's see. Let's take a look and see Nova out of play. There for risk. Risk taking a risk with that Nova. It has to be said. Oh my god, towards that side.
My.
Not a clue. Gas gets caught napping towards that side.
Yeah.
Not a bad start for the Huns. This actually could spiral into what is, in our opinion, a strong T-side finish. 7-5 would be incredible.
Yeah, 7-5 would put the Huns in a sublime position going through into their CT side. They were on the receiving end of a 7-5 against the Mongols earlier. Got the opening pick here as well. The question is, how do they convert it? Haven't got a huge amount of map control to work with. It's just the one frag that they've really got in their favor right now. And they're going to be grouping up in towards lobby. Look at the double push coming through from both Flying and Risk right now. Nova leads the charge. Headshot comes through. He wants the AK. Spots a second player. Won't be able to get the frag. Flying goes for the trade. Does get that kill. And a smart incendiary means there's no chance for the Huns to get a kill back. However, it's the Yorp that's kind of peering back in this direction. Feeling it out. Looking for something. But right now, nothing on offer.
So slow. Score will drop 1. As Marek drops, but Chalking's going to answer back. Swing on the corner. Flying for 1. Can he make it 2? Yes, he can. Lovely swing through heaven. Up and on the way towards brackets. And a double spray down. Nice and easy. Wings Up. From a poor start to the round, claw it back in their favor. A bit of individual masterclass. There's a 6th on the board. And heading into the final round of the half. An opportunity for Wings Up to guarantee a lead before heading on towards their T side. But the Huns have a bye, so they can also tie it up.
Yeah, they certainly can. I mean, it was more important for Wings Up to win that round than it was for the Huns, economically speaking, at least. Do the Huns just turn up the pace once again? They have looked pretty good when they've played fast so far on the T side, and it does look like Ramp is going to be their early aggression once again, or their avenue for aggression, should I say. They don't full commit though. Flying dropped a smoke grenade. I think that was enough to keep them at bay. Reassess the situation, fall back onto plan B. And I think the longer these rounds have gone, the better Wings Up have looked. So, good job out of them to weather that early storm. And now it's about finishing it off.
So, spraying through single. Nothing offering up here. Wings Up. Considerably more kind of passive approach. Flying on the off angle here towards Ram. Most flashes avoid him as well. It's a good position, but pretty tough once you find a kill to double it down. Does Flying have it in the locker? Oh, gets caught by the deep flash, in fact. So does Gas. Gas forced away now as well. He's modded off. So actually going to leave his teammate very vulnerable.
Oh man, a lot of pressure going to start to mount on this B bomb site, and it's only Flying who's in that position right now. Does look like Risk is starting to rotate down, but he's going to have to get on the scene soon enough here. And Flying's in a committed position. There's no way to fall back from this once they realize where you are. It would be great if Risk could take first contact, because then now we give Flying a lot more room to work with. And it looks like that's the case, although even though he gets the jump, he can't find the frag. Risk finishes off what Flying had started, and then he has to go some distance thereafter. Wonderful third kill coming through from Risk.
It ain't bad. 2v2. The bomb might not go down. It's on a timer. And Sogo gets dropped. Tail end of the half. Wings up, find form. 7-5. Can they continue on the T side after the break? And we are back. 7-5 at the tail end of half number one. Wings up. Bit of a resurgence there to guarantee the lead. But the pistol round wasn't exactly great for them to start off the map. They're hoping they can change things here heading into the second half. Now for the Huns, it's not a bad T-side, all things considered. On a very CT-sided map like Nuke is, 5 rounds isn't bad for a T-side.
No, absolutely not. The problem is, though, Neo, is that they were leading 4-0, and then it ended 7-5. So that's my only concern, and that's exactly what happened in their map against the Mongols as well. Either way, now they're on the CT side, and they're going to find some good opening kills here in the pistol round, able to lock it down for the time being. Yami even adds another to his tally. This entire pistol round lives and dies with the fights towards outside, and all those fights, bar one, favor the Huns.
Fair play. Pistol rounds, they're just a different beast, it seems, at the moment in this match of the Huns. And winning that kind of gives you a nice little knock-on off the back of it, too, in the sense that you come in with a buy. I think because Wings up, if you haven't got a bomb plant, it looks like they're going for a force. I don't like forcing about a bomb plant here. I think if you force the bomb, you can actually match the similar level buy, pick up the Galils, or even AK if you've got a few kills. But without it, all you're bringing is Tech 9s, and in some cases half armor against MP9s. I don't like not having head armor against MP9s.
No, there's a reason that this isn't a very popular option, right? Get the bomb plant, sure, no problem. Then you're stacking up Galils and head armor, but without that bomb plant, it doesn't look nearly as convincing. They're going to employ the wall of smoke towards outside. That nade, oh my goodness. It looked like Flying was waiting for that nade to come through so he could try and push while the player's pulling on his gun once again, but there's two players he pushes into, and Wings Up is getting completely mowed down right now by the Huns, who are having a great time of it against the Force Spy.
Pretty simple, pretty easy. I said, I don't like the old no head armor against MP9s, and I mean, a couple of those kills showing exactly why. Just makes it look so easy.
Alright, well, now Wings Up are going to have to eco. And that gives the Huns a prime opportunity to regain the lead here on their map pick, on the CT side.
They can start pulling away, honestly. This is it's quite a damning position to be in if your Wings Up, because, you know, that force in there, you lose this one. It puts so much more pressure on your first full buy, rather than what the alternative would be full buying now. You know, having AKs in this round. If you're 7-all, and even if you were to lose, the furthest the Huns can get away is like 9, but the Huns, if they win that next full buy, they can start pushing to double digits and some. So I think it's a real worrying spot. Still going to find Child King. Oh, scrappy fight, but he will actually drop the scout in the end. And Molotov's come through over towards Reg Trade. That'll deny any more pushes towards Secret. They're being mowed down one by one. It's, you know, a bit of damage here and there, but nothing too problematic.
No. Be nice if Flying could at least find a kill here, but really nothing more than that on offer. Even a kill would be a bit of a stretch with that Glock at range. Yeah, you can see them, but that's only, you know, the first step. Spotting the player out. Don't give away any audio cues now. Oh, yeah, there we wait. No one's reacted. No one's reacted. Oh my goodness, and that was the low HP player as well. One shot from the Glock would have been enough to get the kill. Oh, that's unfortunate. Either way, okay, the Huns, they've regained themselves the lead here on their map pick. Big gun round coming up here for Wings Up to make a statement.
Yeah, and it has to be a statement. If it's not, I think they're in a lot of trouble. For now, an 8-7 score line. It's a sigh of relief in a way for the Huns. They've, you know, reclaimed that lead. They're playing some good Counter-Strike. Wings Up this full buy means counter everything. If they don't find it, Huns get a 9th and more or less should be a freebie of a 10th as well, and that's where they can start pulling away with this game. Oh, but Yami, full blind, gets caught off guard there. That's a great flash that comes over. Gives an easy opening kill for the AWP.
Yeah, really important frag as well there. Opening up here for the T side. Still a job to be done here towards outside there, because you got Score who's playing in the front of Garage, then you got Sogo who's peering above the smokes from heaven, although they both kind of abandon their posts and employ a more passive approach. This is the round. If the Huns win this, they really start to pull ahead and put pressure on their opponents. 9-7 becomes 10-7 after the anti-eco. Sogo, yeah, looking to try and make a move there, but it's been spotted. Different avenue of entry, perhaps? Oh my goodness.
He's chipping away, doing bits and bobs of damage. Bartak will do considerable damage. Oh, and so will 9. Lovely work. This round's flipped now. If he held single though, he actually gets a freebie. There is one there. Orb continues to sing proud. 9 gets caught. Missed shot. Second time of asking. And Bartak doesn't really want to repeat that.
Yeah, good recovery from the Huns here so far, and they really have kind of just sprawled around this B bomb site. They're making life so difficult for the T side. Sure, they'll find a bomb plant, but at the cost of Flying, Gas is taking so much damage. He's a dead man. It's only Risk left remaining, but he's been able to reduce it down to a 1v1. He knows where Score is, but Risk is burning alive. He's able to get out the flames. Narrowest of angles to work with there, but it's still not enough. Score will get the frag, job done, and the Huns win a vital round.
Yeah, exactly. Defuse comes through, and I think as well when you look at it for the Huns, I mean, I guess there's a silver lining for Wings Up of that bomb plant and the 4 kills they find, so you can look at that and say, okay, fine, it's not the end of the world, they can rebuy in here, but it still is the Huns actually pulling bit by bit further and further away, and it still puts that pressure on these gun rounds. Wings Up don't convert it. Yes, bomb plants and the loss bonus they've got is going to keep facilitating buys, but I mean, at this late stage of the map, we don't really care. It's the rounds that matter most. And that's where they're in a bit of a problematic state. Double stack on towards A itself. One playing through main. And a deep smoke from score as well. Going to give them a lot of reliability. They're actually playing 4 in the region of the A side. They're leaving B for the most part on demand. And they need to just play in full retake there.
Yeah, I'll see that if that's going to be required or not. Doesn't look like it for the time being. Right now, a lot of attention towards that A bomb site. But Yami has kind of stifled their attack. My god, that's a great kill from Dangerous. He can't find the second though. Yami just on a pivot right now, on a swivel, doing all the work for his team. A 3rd frag in the round for Yami. Locking it down. Great work from him. It's only Marek left, and he's just going to fall to score. That takes the score to 10-7 and puts the Huns in a phenomenal position.
Wow. 10-7. And that time without the bomb plant as well. We said the bomb plant, just that $800 kind of bonus you get from it does facilitate the buys on the loss bonus. No bomb plant, not so much. Huns found a 10th. The 11th should come through without breaking too much of a sweat here if you are the Huns. And now they're already pulling closer and closer to that finish line. And what has actually felt like a relatively even game. I feel like the score may be misleading how even it has been for a good portion, but the track record the Huns are on right now on the CT side, on a pay-per-view, this could look like quite a one-sided affair. Nice shot. Bartek gets caught by the deed there. Maybe more to come from it, but Yami's got the right idea.
Wow. I mean, he's just on something right now. 18 and 11, he's completely tearing the CT side up. Making life very difficult for Wings Up. Sorgo realizes he doesn't have the luxury of falling back, so he's going to just pull out the USP, but Tech9 trumps the silenced pistol every day of the week. And sure, this was an eco round for Wings Up at the start, but they've got an M4 in play now. They've got armor, smoke grenade to work with. And the CT side needs to proceed with caution here.
3 versus 3, it's definitely a little bit more perilous than I think you would expect. 9 and score kind of being in that kind of one body shot range. It's definitely on the cards to a degree. Score gonna double back. Yami's got the right idea here. It's just the big thing is not being caught. Drops on towards sight. Aptly timed as well. Here's the step. Swing on the corner. Lines up 2. Transferring to the side, expecting a swing with him. Doesn't get it. And the bomb will make its way down towards B. I don't even think it's going to be given the luxury of a plant hit. Org at range. 9. And a scoped weapon of any sort will make it work. And he actually picks up his favorite of the orb. There's 11. Made to work for it a little bit. But all things considered, only 2 rounds away now from their map in their favor.
Yeah, looking really good. I mean, they've certainly tightened the screws compared to the performance we saw from them against the Mongols a bit earlier here on Nuke. Making sure that they're winning the rounds they're supposed to and that they're contesting every round outside of that. Orb in play for Risk. He's going to have to stand up. I mean, he's been really good so far. He needs to continue to perform in that fashion. Look at 9, looking to assert himself right now. Narrowly missing out on the flex shot. He knows more often than not there's also one towards the silo, but not going to hang around for that fight. And it's good. I like that. I like that he knows the boundary. Took an early gunfight there. Didn't work out for him. Position compromise. Had to fall back.
What's outside? Getting Yuto dropped. Pretty kill will come the way of score as well. Numbers advantage for Huns early. Bartek wants to double it down as well. He's got the support as well. Playing anti. The position is shot from the orb, but Bartek can trade. That's one more. So many men towards top ramp. It's only going one way. Huns on track for map points.
Yeah, it's all snowballed out of control for Wings Up here on the T side. In fact, they haven't really gotten anything going, right? They haven't won a single round yet. And they haven't really been all that close in any of these rounds either. I mean, even with their decision to just go for the force buy in that one round was a bit of a risky one. And maybe just a reflection of the fact that they don't have much going for them on the T sides. They just have to roll the dice kind of thing more often than what they would like.
I think you're right. I think you are right. It's definitely been an interesting display, but unfortunately, not if you're a fan of Wings Up. Bit by bit, they're just being pulled apart by the seams here, and I think credit to the Huns, they just look like the better side through and through on the CT. 12-7. Quicker play by Wings Up could be something of success.
Oh my goodness, a lot of damage going back and forth right now.
Yeah, gotta be said. I think definitely more of a scrappier one than I think the Huns would have wanted against this sort of buy. A lot of damage has been dealt, however. Gas and flying low puts them very, very vulnerable. But same could be said for Sogo. That Mach 10 could catch him off guard.
Oh man, Bartek just with the immediate spray transfer eventually will get the kill that he was looking for there. 2 versus 2 for Wings Up to try and stay alive. It was 2 Mach 10s initially, but they will recover an AWP. Plenty time left on the clock. They've got the bomb on their back as well, and there's a completely vacant A bomb site up for grabs right now. Bartek and Sogo are actually going to join up with each other and try and work as a duo. But that means the plant's going to come through here for free.
So, plant comes down. 2 versus 2 ensues. And again, not actually a whole lot on offer in terms of this retake. Big thing that worries me is the timing on this. They're going to come around the corner. Bartek through the smoke. I think he knows. Round that corner. Down goes another. And Bartek will see it off. 12-7, made 13. And that will be that. Wings Up going to see off their map pick in, honestly, some pretty clean fashion. Not a single round picked up there by Wings Up in the second half. Simply put, I mean, hey, he's not good enough.
Yeah, for sure. The Huns completely cleaned them up. It was really good work coming through from them on the CT side. Whether there was pace or there was just some patience, whatever was thrown at them, they were able to deal with it. I mean, Yami had a lights up performance as well, so hopefully going to see more of that from him going forward. But yeah, great display coming through from the Huns there on their pick.
Yeah, I think I have to say on the other side, what started so well for Wings Up really petered out. I mean, hopefully, when you look at a map like Inferno, it may not be as one-sided just in terms of what's CC and T-sided, but all things considered, really good performance. Confidence looking good here for the Huns. Can they continue it? We're going to photo on to a break when we are back. It is Inferno coming up next. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
To my face, tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
Welcome back. So about to head underway in towards map number 2. Pretty good start, has to be said, for the Huns. Very, very clean second half. I mean, showing exactly what their prowess is meant to be like on towards Nuke. You know, earlier today in the first series, didn't go to plan. They had a fairly, close first half, then all fell apart in the second. Wasn't the case here. Close first half, dominant second half. And now they're hoping that they can translate that, use it as a catalyst to further success in Inferno.
Yeah, that was the real proof that the Huns have now shown, because we did see them go up 4-0 at the start of that first half, and then they lost that half 7-5, right? But that didn't break them. They were able to come back, and as you say, they did phenomenally well on their CT side, not even dropping a single round. So they're absolutely the team with the momentum behind them right now, but we're coming into Inferno, and you and I got to watch them on Inferno a bit earlier against the Mongols, and that, well, it couldn't really have gone any worse, right? They lost that first half 11-1, just getting one round on their CT side, and I think they lost the map 13-6 eventually, so we need to see a lot more out of them on Inferno.
Yes, no, exactly that. I think when it comes down to it, Inferno earlier was not what we wanted at all out of the Huns. They really found little to no form. There was nothing really to look back on in a positive note. I think, even the couple of rounds they picked up at the tail end, they were against lower eco buys, force buys. It wasn't anything substantial to take of note. So hoping that we see a completely different side. I think probably the best thing you can do is when you come into this sort of kind of map and scenario of how rough things were earlier, you've got to come in at a completely different state. I think confidence out the gate seems to be the big thing for the Huns. That both the pistol rounds are really good in towards Nuke. That's what I want to see out of the Huns. Strong, aggressive, in the face kind of pistol rounds. Rely on Angels. I mean, it seems mechanically they seem like a very strong side at the moment. They need to fall back on basically the fundamentals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is going to be interesting, man, to see which way this one goes, because for Wings Up, it's a must-win affair, right? They have to win this map here to keep themselves alive. So then we see the light of Mirage. Means that there's going to be pressure on their shoulders coming into this game as well. Wings Up have played quite a lot of Counter-Strike today as well, and you know what? We're going to be getting into yet another map. This will be their 5th map of the day, Mr. Neokai.
Yeah.
So let's see how that will affect them. Will fatigue start to set in? We're going to find out soon enough. Let's get into Inferno.
They had a considerably lesser break as well than the Huns, who had about 2 hours or so. So spot on. There's actually a world in which maybe a little bit of tiredness starts to creep in. Yeah, me looking at that first fight. He takes a couple of pop shots and then thankfully falls away off it. Togo takes a tag. Jiggle peeking here. Playing anti. Didn't expect the aggression. Oh, score. Julie's 2 pistols, 2 kills, and Bartak's going to have 2 of his own. My God, that is some lovely shooting from the Huns. And it leaves it down to 1 man. Flying it all to do in a 1v3, and he doesn't have the bomb either.
Oh man, and now they know exactly where he is as well. This is mission impossible for flying. And there we go, Bartak will finish off the job. That's just an incredible pistol round coming through from the Huns, who have now leveled up the amount of rounds they got on the CT side against the Mongols earlier on today. But I just love that. I mean, Score does so well with the Julies behind the sandbags to recover towards the top of Banana. And with the setup the Huns have employed, it's only Bartak who's in towards middle there at the start of the round. And he just ends up stepping out, peeking down middle, getting a kill. He's not content with just one. He peeks down for a second. Just so much confidence there from Bartak.
Gotta give him the credit. Really do. So well played. Please late those. For a own Eagle picked up, so I think it's a smarter play here. They're going to pop through this. There's a smoke. They might not respect it. They won't respect it. Flying into fights. MP9. Collecting the cash. Last guy spotted as well. Ooh, Glock will get 1. But only. So the 1 casualty, not the end of the world, all things considered. The Huns are going to make it a pretty clean, pretty quick 2-0.
Yeah, solid work, but this is going to be the first real challenge here out of the map going into the gun round. But not only is it a gun round, I guess it's a bonus round for the CT side, Bartak and Yami to a degree, now that they've also spent some cash. Wings Up AKs across the board. This is a prime opportunity for them, right? There's 2 SMGs in play. Can they find a way to get on the board here? We didn't get to see much of the Huns' T side against the Mongols, but in the short amount we did see, they looked pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to say, we actually don't really know all that much about them, to be honest. So
yeah,
let's see what we get out of it. See if we get anything out of that T side when we get there. But of course, I think the big thing is making sure the CT side starts comfortably. Something that never really happened earlier. 11-1 was the half. It's probably as bad as it can get, realistically, without it being completely flawless for the Mongols. Yami playing anti. It's the first full buy for Wings Up. Early damage being done to Child King. Save can be set for score. But that Child King damage does mean he's pretty vulnerable to the MP9 and the M4 at headshot range.
Yeah, see if that's going to come into the equation or not as Wings Up start to take some control in towards middle, but it could all just be a ruse as they do sort the bomb towards the bottom of Banana. Yami, what a fiendish angle there. So tight, so narrow, but still dispatches of gas. Wings Up caught in two minds here. It does look like eventually they're going to end up committing in towards the safe bomb site. Still want to try and sell a fake towards B though, but you can imagine how sporadic and chaotic the comms are. Now a fight has been forced. Marek didn't want to take this fight, but he was forced into it. They're going to turn this into a peace split. This is the best option on the table for them.
Absolutely, because only one man's there. Score, it all to do, and honestly, not a lot to work with. No! They line up. Definitely not what they wanted out flying. Has to bail them out again. This time a 1v3 with the AK. Tap on towards the bomb, no commitment. He has no time. Should have stuck it. Doesn't. You get the kill, but it's only a consolation. That is so well played. I mean, Score, I would have given the credit, but it's actually more often that it's a bit of luck. He's spraying at the guy Banana, and then the guy jumps up on coffins right in front of him. The freest kill of his life. But you take them all the same. Calm and composed under pressure. 3-0 to the Huns. This is a good start.
Well, I mean, listen, you can't win the lotto if you don't buy a ticket, no, so I'm with you. It's not like he had to do anything special to get both those kills, but he was in the right place at the right time, holding down mouse button 1. So, you know, he did have some contribution. It was great work coming through from Score there. It's going to be so good now in towards Banana. Oh my goodness, there's so many players to aim at. It will be Score once again, though, who locks down a multi. Nade will add further. Oh, no, actually banks it off the wall, unfortunately. And Yami says, well, thanks for messing up your nade, because that netted me 2 kills.
Yeah, very quick. I mean, 4 rounds in, we've been live for about 3 minutes, so says it all, really. Over on the other stream as well, for those who are sitting tight here on the B stream, Tyler taking on Mongols in the upper bracket game. It's 12-7 in favor of the Mongols. They're playing on Overpass, which is Tyloo's pick. Mongols look like they're about to take a pretty dominant map off their opponent.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to wait to see what the rest of Inferno has in store for us. Big gun round here. Risk living up to his namesake there. Seeking refuge in the corner. Will now maintain a line, and this is what he's hoping that he's able to capitalize on, is that they might not expect him to be here with the AWP because of the util employed. Creeps forward with that sniper rifle. He's on the edge. There we go. Does find a kill, but goes down straight afterwards. And well, flying's also taken a hefty amount of dangerous. Man, that's
Child
this is
King.
so confusing.
Child
How are we
King.
supposed to keep up with all of this?
I
There we go,
know.
Child King.
It is it's definitely harder to keep a kind of a tab on. Either way, flying on the corner. That nade, I was gonna say that nade could do it, but actually doesn't really matter. The kills will nonetheless. There's one. Bartek can't double down, but Score will find one, and he's staying alive. And Score again in these big moments continues to step up with the multi-frags. This is a man possessed right now, 5-0, and another kind of foolish buy put to bed pretty easily.
Yeah, wonderful work coming through there. Score is just an absolute menace, plaguing Wings Up. Great work coming through from him. 5-0. I mean, the Huns have just completely rectified their performance compared to what we saw out of them earlier.
Yes.
Chalk and cheese. Because that wasn't even close when they lost 11-1. They weren't even in contention.
Yeah, they were never in basically any of the rounds, so different side here. This nade actually could do a good chunk of damage. It does. Catching a serious tag there. At the very least, Marek's got to keep an eye on that. Child King will step up. Sogo will fall. Score again. Called upon. He's actually bought at least enough time for a rotation to come through. Bash in the corner. Score. Cannot, will not miss. And there's 9. Score going to make it 2. Of course he does. None other. And the flash is good. Will catch Risk. This is all very quickly falling apart. The tag onto his gas. The smoke gets out of time. It does tag him. Yami will step up to trade out Score, and it's a 1v3 again. And for gas, safe to say it's asking too much.
feels like Wings Up just need to try and slow things down here, man. They're trying to do so much at the same time. Can you imagine how chaotic the communication must be? Just everybody trying to relay what they're seeing, what's happening, what they need, what sort of support they're expecting, what the IGL wants to do next in the round while they're all taking these gunfights. I mean, I think they just need to try and compose themselves a bit more here. Pause wouldn't be a bad idea. Slow down the pace. Actually looking very similar to what happened in the previous match for the Huns, just with the roles reversed here. At least for Gas, he's got a free bomb here. But he... Oh, no. Oh, man. He's just overthought it completely.
Wait, it's an
He's dropped the
mid.
smoke. He hasn't seen anybody. Oh, goodness. 9 here, the footsteps now, and he'll just finish off the job.
Yeah, I think he overcomplicates that massively. He just overthinks the situation so much. If he dropped the smoke in towards, you know, CT, I mean, little does he know that the B-side's free. I think it's probably, to a degree, maybe an expectation that someone's playing over towards B-side, anchoring, lurking, all the rest. If you're going to send somebody pushing through mid, it feels like you've got to have an insurance policy towards the side. So I can see where, in the kind of the chaos of the situation, he just gets a little, you know, flustered, but you can't be getting flustered. That's a 6-0 start for the Huns. Already, you would class as actually a fine half, even if it was to end 6-all. And the way they're playing, you expect more, especially considering this bye.
Alright, well, let's see what they have in store for us coming into this next round here. And they do have an AK and upgraded pistols, but it's an eco round here for Wings Up. And they're just going to be trying to barrel their way in towards the key bomb site by the look of things. But that means they're running into Score and Sorgo. Listen, Score's 12 for 2. Sorgo is 0 and 5. So he's hoping he could just get a share of the spoils here, man. He's just not getting anything.
Oh, Yami gets caught through the smoke. But Sorgo going to find that first. Score goes down. Okay, carnage here. Sorgo, that is a bit of a messy one. Needed to be called on. Does a lot of damage. Unfortunately, won't deny the site. Do they give this a go on the retake? I mean, they have the money to work with, so they could, but only issue is retaking with an AWP is never nice. This is a good little angle. Molotov will come through. He's going to run through it, and he just about stays alive. Marek, it's so risky running through the flames like that.
Oh man, is there any more utility? The HE grenade completely off the mark. I mean, if it had landed anywhere near 3 of the 4 players, that was a guaranteed kill. They don't have a smoke to try and isolate Banana either. They kind of have to accept their fate here. Shots being missed. There's no way for 9 to get out of dodge either, I don't think. No. What a way for Wings Up to win their first round here. Completely against the run of play. With their pistols, they just actually forced the issue so nicely. I love the way they were even pushing through the smoke there to catch off Score. You know, Yami was a bit unlucky. Sorgo misses a lot of shots as well, but Wings Up are on the board.
Yeah. It looks like they're going to force around this as well. Sorgo is in kind of double eco territory, but the rest of the team are okay for money. Yami going to go for the auto shotgun. I actually really like the auto shotty on this map. It's very, very prevalent in towards apps if you want to play it there, or over towards, of course, classic half-war shotgun. I think... for Wings Up. Bit of a sigh of relief getting that first out of the way, but still definitely going to be made to work for him. Molotov will come through. They've heard that kind of damage tick on towards flying, so he's something to speak of. This first goes everything off Bartek. What a swing, man. Risk posted with the AWP. No avail. The auto shotgun comes alive as well to find flying. Matter of moments, 5v3. Huns back in control.
And they have no option here. Do the T side. They have to. Oh, why are you doing that, Score?
Yeah.
Why on earth is he being compelled to make that play? Sorgo only has a 5-7 right now. He's the only player on this B bomb side. He has to stay alive. He's going to swing. He's going to die. It's all falling apart. The nade. Bit of chip damage, sure, but 9 is left isolated. Oh my goodness, kills is going back and forth right now. Yami in the 1v1 against Gas. Bomb aren't going to come through. What in God's name are we witnessing?
I don't know why the Huns are doing what they're doing. I mean, Score did not need to be there at all, but thankfully, Yami will bail them out. I mean, Yami has been a very reliable factor, but I do not know what Score's doing there. Got a teammate with a 5-7 and no util on towards the side. I think I'm right to say half armor as well. So he's sitting in a really kind of uncomfortable spot, and you've ran through a Molotov, which gives the opposition all of the info, and then you're playing in the open. Missed shot, even if he was to miss but stay alive, it would only be momentarily. He would have been swung upon. So yeah, I don't know. For the Score, that feels very kind of, it's a very haphazardly kind of peak that he goes for. Thankfully, it doesn't make too big of a deal. The Huns 7-1. They do find the round, which is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Weird,
If I'm Marek, I'm calling for a pause after that, just to, you know, reel everybody in, reel score in, reel the guys who are trying to trade in. I'm right there with you, just overstepping the mark. Although, it is still 7-1. Great scoreline for the Huns right now. 9 has a gap, and he plucks Rusk straight out the air. Trying to jump across, but no one's safe when 9 is alive.
That is serious. That is a shot. That is not easy in the slightest. Opening kill goes their way. Looking for more as well. MP9 actually going to swap out here. Sogo with more HP. She's going to wield the M4.
Oh man, just doesn't feel like Wings Up have had options. It feels like they've always been forced into each play that's been made, and then the Huns have been really good at telegraphing those plays, and so they've set themselves up accordingly. It's happening again because they've forced them out of Banana. They know that the T side have to go ace. They've got 3 players on the sides, and then 9 with the AWP who's covering archers. Less than a minute left on the clock. They're going to have to start to get a move on, and their utility is dwindling as well.
Up. Around this corner. Perilous. The trades are good, actually, for Wings Up. Now they level the playing field. They're going to go for a bracket split. But this is heard. This is known. 9 and AWP on this B side. He's going to try and isolate the fight. This is the bomb through Banana. If he finds his kill, it could be everything. They know of each other. 9 round this corner, waiting, finding. That's the bomb. That should be the round. 9, as long as he doesn't overface, he should be fine. One more. 9 is a man possessed. What a round from the AWPer. 4 kills to his name, and he isolates the fight with ease. Take a bow, Sunshine. That is beautiful.
Man, didn't we see something very similar from the Mongols earlier on today against the Huns? Was it Mzinio maybe? Or I can't remember exactly who it was. Somebody in the top of 9-10, I think. Top of Banana or Senzu, either way. Also just played it to perfection, and we saw that out of 9 now as well, the way he isolates the fights. He knows that they're rampaging up behind him, so he has to take the ground in towards Banana. Drops the bomb carrier, and then it's just perfection from there. Connecting on his shots, and really sowing some misery into Wings Up right now.
Well, not a great start either. At the very least, will be a trade coming through that can keep the numbers in favor of the Huns. Yami gonna drop a smoke behind it. He's made noise there on the jump, and obviously the spam as well. Yeah, this is a bit of an odd one. Doubling back towards A. It really honestly feels like Wings Up are just confused in terms of what they're trying to do here. They look all over the place.
Yeah. Some uniformity now as they make their way in towards A, and it's actually only 9 on the side of the map right now. A lot of pressure being applied from apartments, although the Apps player hasn't pushed yet. 9's been able to get out of the broken wall, and with that he finds a frag on Marek. He should never have gotten a kill. Look at how much time he's bought as well for the rotations. 9 did so much work from broken wall there and gets a lot more done than he should have.
Yeah, that's fair play again. I mean, 9, in those sort of super high pressure situations, his ability to step up so consistently, fair play. 9-1. I mean, there's so little you can go off now for Wings Up. Penultimate round, kind of the half. And I mean, Wings Up have not shown us anything to give us even the remote bit of confidence. Yes, they have a buy here. If they don't get a bomb plan in this round, though, they're going to have limited amounts to work with in towards the final round of the half.
I just need to posture the question here, and I'm well aware of commentator's curse, but are we staring down the barrel of a reverse 11-1 scoreline for the Huns?
It feels like it, genuinely. They're not putting a foot wrong right now, so honestly, you might be right.
Alright, well, let's see if it is going to be the case or not. Can they realize that reality? Wings Up have no money. They've just been working off max round loss bonus for a while now. Rounds haven't been particularly close. They're going to group up again, top Banana, to try and burst their way in towards the B site. They've got enough utility. The Huns have got an unorthodox setup with both players leaning in towards CT. Standard bait and switch in that regard, but it does mean they can be very isolated by the one smoke, not having anybody on the sides or towards coffins to try and defend. Here it comes. They can switch.
Oh, here we go. Tick through the flames. 9 gonna find one. Should get traded here. Does. But an instant response coming through from Score. Flashing towards that corner. flying. Oh, he's so lucky not to be caught fully by that nade. The bomb will go down. Safe plant is a presumptuous term here, but a plant nonetheless. And a 1v3 here. All called upon. Any chance? The answer's no. Bartek, nice simple trade. I think, you know, in that sort of situation, a 1v3 is asking a lot there of Marek. Getting a 1 kill, not the end of the world. But the defuse will come through. Just double checking for any guns. And a bit of BM as well, of course, to play the mental game. The bomb plant's good, though, for Wings Up. It's the only silver lining we can take in the moment. Bomb plant and a couple of kills just means it guarantees them a bye into the final round of the half. But a 10-1 scoreline. Again, you were saying, you know, don't want to say too much about the casters curse, but as much as this also looks quite similar to being an 11-1 in reverse, it also looks like this could be the beginning of the end.
I mean, normally the rule of thumb in MR12 is double digits in the first half is game over, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of the equivalent of like the 13-2 in CSGO, I would say, because the best you could salvage is 10-2. Good luck coming back from that, especially on a map like Inferno. Maybe on like an overpass CT side or Nuke or something like that. But Inferno, you have to do more in your first half. And Yami, he's doing the most. We saw a great display from him on CT side Nuke. He's doing it here on Inferno as well. Eventually we'll go down to Child King. But there's still so much damage being inflicted.
Hang on, 3v3. Not out of the realms of possibility just yet. Double stack over towards this B site here. But they are going to rotate one off. They're going to rotate score over. Leave Sogo to anger. Bartek's playing for apps. This is really aggro, but I don't actually mind it. Oh, hang on, wait, he's pushing the smoke. Oh, you don't need to do that. Not at all.
Yeah.
Level the playing field once again.
The only player there, man.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. It's such a gamble. And, you know, the high risk and reward, the risk there is so high. Not worth. All down to one man. Sogo. 1v2 on the retake. And, of course, Fan around of the halves. He's going to give it a go.
Yeah, and he's making a lot of noise right now as well. No subtlety in his approach. Hoping the player Broken Wall is going to step out. He's just trying to bait him in right now. Can't bypass him though. Perfectly played coming through from Gas. That's the first half. Second map done and dusted. We'll see if the Huns can finish off the job in the second half.
And welcome back, everybody. 10-2 is not a bad half, I think it's safe to say, for the Huns. Especially considering in their first series today, they lost the first half 11-1. So they've kind of done it in their own flashy style to put up some serious numbers. Now they're going towards the T side, and their pistols so far been so clean. They're looking for another one. They're looking to go 4 for 4 in pistols this series.
My god, that would be very impressive. Let's see if they can make it happen. Child King in towards the top of Banana's got support coming through from Marek, but they both decide against hanging around. The Huns have successfully forced them backwards. Question is, what do they do with this? Because I like on the T side to call a pistol round where you take the early banana control, force the CTs back, and then you go back in towards A, because you know that the CTs are going to be on notice over on the B side. Doesn't look like that's the case for them, though. They're just keeping this one-dimensional. They found a frag. They have a smoke in towards CT. There's still the player to deal with in towards family, though. Into its quad. That's risk, and he's looked good at moments, but he's going to have to come up really big in this instance.
They has to. Especially considering his boost player has been smoked out here. This is the way you should be smoking CT. These kind of free...
Oh my, Yami.
Not a clue in hell. Yami really well played. Gets a second for his luck as well. All down to gas. I think it's safe to say now we can probably assume 4 for 4 in pistols. And an 11th on the board for the Huns. A speed run of a map. And actually a series. All thing, you know, map number 1 wasn't really close. Especially that second half. So... the Huns speedrunning their way to continue in the lower brackets. Gas gets 1, but only 1. So 4 remain alive. Huns found 11. This is just beautiful work. Yami, sumptuous stuff there.
Yeah, nice words you used there, mate. I like that one. And as you mentioned, that's now 4 for 4 in pistol rounds coming through for the Huns. So really good work out of them.
Credit, man.
And that's a domination. 11-2. I mean, how do you come back from this as wings up? Do you go for the force spy here and try and deny them from getting to match point? Or the alternative is full save, allow them to get up to match point, and then try win 10 rounds in a row to force overtime? Good luck with that one, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck indeed. Ooh, Yami takes a dink, delivers a kill on the damage. The Glils should mop up. Yami even swings back into the fight as well. He's like 3 points of HP, but just such raw confidence here. 12-2. And it's now or never for Wings Up. They've got to play flawlessly, and that's just to take us to OT. So it goes without saying that odds are heavily stacked against them. Their qualifier life on the line here. And they've got to go 10 rounds in a row flawless. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tall order, I'd say, mate. I can't believe how the Huns have just been able to turn things around from what happened earlier against the Mongols on this map. And, well, look at the aggression from Wings Up. Everything on the line, and they just want to force the issue. Gas has made his way down. I'm so surprised to see them employing this approach when it's such an important round. Normally, this is when you've got a few rounds to play with, but Gas plays by his own rules, and... you could argue that's an overextension after he gets the kill. Marek's found a frag, but Risk is pushing forward as well. Are these guys just checked out mentally right now? Because that's what it looks like to me.
Oh, flying. Gets him behind. We'll find Yami. Maybe he's changed things a little bit. It's all down to one man. So, Sogo, all to do.
What are they doing, man?
What's going on? They're pushing smokes. Oh my god, what is happening? This is carnage. Why did Marek even push the smoke there? It's just not needed at all. He's got his teammate is the insurance policy on the flanks. They wouldn't have been able to escape anyway. Oh my god, that was all over the shop. Thankfully, Wings Up take it. I mean, if they hadn't, like you said, you know, checking out mentally big time. But that was a bonus round too. So it doesn't actually make too big of a difference over towards the Huns. They reinvest back in towards round number 16, back with the primarily full buy, bar 9, who's only got a tech 9. They're fine.
Yeah, they are relatively unscathed after that. Hopefully Wings Up are not going to be approaching the rest of the half like that, because that's a very fast-paced sort of life to live, and it normally doesn't last too long. Either way, it is going to be Marek who forces the issue and gets the kill on 9, but shouldn't extend any further than that for the time being. I say that and I hold my breath.
Score, taking a bit of damage. Deep smoke into towards Banana's big here as well. Gives the CT side all of the control. And that smoke into towards brackets as well, that still remains there, is, I guess, that big thing that honestly forces them to just to call a pause. They can't really go A, but they also have to fight their way back in towards B. It looks like that's what they want to do.
Oh man. Big contest in towards the bottom of Banana here. If the Huns can at least trade this evenly, they'll be in a great position. Child King, first point of contention. Marek, though, will at least lock it down. 2 great kills coming through from him. Score so desperate to trade, but he suffers the same fate. Marek doing the most. Great triple kill coming through from him. It's only Bartak left remaining. There's no world in which he wins this, right? Wow. How much damage has he done there through the smoke?
Again, though, I think, you know, when you score, this has actually been, I think, one of the only real negatives of Score's game is that he's so eager to get into fight. I think he's overly eager. You know, there, he's got an AWP and a pistol, and, you know, it's a Glock, right? He should not be running in to be trading through a smoke. It's never going to work. It's never going to work. And I think, you know, obviously, loses them a lot of that control, leaves his teammates so vulnerable into his top mid. If they maybe play together as a 2, we've seen 2v4s already converted so far this series, so could have been the case. Pistols, a forced buy, and they're going quick, going very quick. The flashes are good, but Child King's better. Flank is good as well as the wrap comes through from Gas, and I think that should be the round here.
Yeah, there we go. Whoa, that smoke takes a moment to extinguish the molly. 9 loses. Hive Togo rapidly firing away with the Tech 9, not going to get the kill. 12-5. There is but a pulse here for Wings Up. Minimal signs of life, but there's a twitch, man. It's like in that Dr. Dre and Eminem music video. I need a doctor. Dre starts twitching, man.
Yeah.
Starts coming back to life.
It's a weird one, though, because I think at the moment, it looks like the Huns are overly desperate to close this map, the series. It's so weird. They've, you know, had such a methodical approach to each and every round, and then now they look panicked. They look flustered. Which is weird because they've got so many rounds in arrears. Again, Score in towards these fights. 0 support and not even a flash of support as well. I'm really confused as to what's happening for the Huns. Why are they going so quick? They do not need to.
Yeah, it's a good question. Sometimes, yeah, you get that anxiety as you reach the finish line, right? Got to make sure that they just keep it cool, calm, and composed here. Individuals playing as well as they are, you don't have to do anything special. Just play standard, you know, banana control, force the CTs back, brackets control, exec. Just send Yami and Score in there, and they should be able to win you a round out of 6.
Oh, Yummy. What a shot. Oh, makes
Yummy.
it 2. Hello.
Yummy.
Conversations on here. 4v3. They've scooped up Aegon. Actually, I'm right in saying there should be a second there as well with the 2 kills he found. So 2 rifles to work with will be okay, but the first one they have drops.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there for Bartak, losing his life out to Child King. And now Marek realizes he can't overextend on that flank. Back in towards Banana he goes. Flying perfectly positioned, nice angle being held by him. He'll maintain control, but Yami's Deagle has looked dialed in so far. Child King has run out of ammo. They're chasing him, but it's okay. All's well and ends well here, right? Should be okay. 10 seconds. Where's the bomb? He's got it.
Safe plant to Colzera. Are they going to respect it? They are. Just the bow. He can do this. No, he won't. He won't do it, though. He won't. Child King will see him off 1 point of HP. You can see he keeps a fair distance between himself and that Molotov. The spreads are a little bit weird, so I can understand it. Wings Up, staying alive. I mean, the Huns, that's the kind of the only round where, so far, where pace has actually been kind of a benefit to them. I think now, though, we go back into a gun round. Slow it down, fellas. There's just no need. 9 actually could have gone to an AWP there. He had 6.2k. He goes with the AK and the full belt of Util. I wonder whether that's part of their playstyle. I mean, there isn't an AWP on the other side, so he's not going to be losing that battle at range, but yeah, interesting. 9's been very prevalent with the AWP, and he likes T-side AWPing too. We saw him do it on this map. This time opts against it.
Alright, well, let's see what the approach is going to be here from the Huns. They have been able to get some early control, bottom banana. Good util retention from them. And you can see they kind of heed your advice here, or follow a similar train of thought. Just want to slow things down. Build themselves into the round. Bartak swings, and you know, the fact that he comes away with the kill, there's actually not a bad result. You take that as the T-side, a 1-for-1 trade. Force the CTs back as well. Stifle their aggression. Force them to reassess. Happens
through the smoke. Trying to get that numbers advantage kind of back in their favor here. Or the wings upside. The Huns slowing things down. Work play here by Yami. Oh, he spotted one. Also gets spotted himself. Molotov's good. I don't think he's going to get too much real estate here. He is a bit of a bait up towards balcony. Smoke, dangerous. Out of chalking, may I say. Oh, taking a fight. This is such a weird round. Less than 30 seconds to speak up. They've got to go now, and they're not hitting their shots. Nicely done by Flying. Third kill in the round for him, and that should be the round.
Yeah, absolutely should be is the key term there. And, I mean, Flying is just doing the most right now. Not only has he been able to get all of these kills, he's also just keeping his life intact right now. Oh my god, 9! He's just torn them all apart. Flying was the hero to keep them in the round, but now he has to finish off the job as well. 4 frags might not be enough. 9 has finished off the job. He's finished off the match. And that is going to be the Huns claiming victory in the most dramatic fashion possible.
Man, that is sick. Just when you think Flying has done enough, done it all, done everything to win out that round and keep the dream alive. What a 4-piece at the tail end. Talk about isolation of fights. That is sumptuous. That is textbook how to give yourself a chance in a 1v4. So well played. And just as well when the Huns actually play that really badly, they're popping out to the A site. Util's pretty poor. They're not clearing anything and they're not trading. The spacing is awful. But it doesn't matter. When you're as crisp as that and isolating fights the way they do, I mean, all the credit has to be given. And I think also you got to say the other side, Wings Up, they play the 1v4 quite badly. No one's trading.
Yeah, absolutely.
The kills come in, and no one is there in terms of space, and they're all over the place. So, man, well played. But, you know, if you look at this in an overarching view, we take a look at what we've seen overall. That was a one-sided series. Second half of Nuke, 1 team in it. The majority of Inferno, only 1 team in it. And the Huns, of course, were 2-0, means that they now move forward into the lower bracket finals. They will take on the loser of the Mongols versus Tai Lu. And we, unfortunately, have to say goodbye to Wings Up.
Wow, yeah, that's really rough for them, man. They fell short in the Chinese qualifier, and they fall short here as well in very rough fashion, you know. Yeah. Think about how they won the first map against Tai Lu at the start of this qualifier. They would have been feeling really good about themselves, but then they lose 4 consecutive maps thereafter, lose a series against Tai Lu, and then lose 2-0 here against the Huns, who will now progress through and play against the loser of the Mongols and Tai Lu, which is currently led 1-0 by the Mongols and 6-1 in the second map.
Yes, the Mongols look like they're in a decent little position at the moment. I mean, on that CT side of Mirage, maybe there's a kind of a grain of salt to be taken there. It's one of the more CT side of the maps, but, you know, at what is now just been turned into a 6-2 scoreline, I think it's looking pretty likely that we are going to see the Mongols in that grand final and Tai Lu joining the Huns in the lower bracket, which means actually there is a world we can talk about the Huns getting their revenge arc potentially in a grand final. The Mongols seem like they're kryptonite, but Tai Lu at the moment feels like an unknown quantity. We don't really know yet.
Yeah. I mean, it's really set things up nicely, and the Huns have shown us a lot to get excited about going forward into this bracket as well, that these guys mean business and that they're not going to be a free victory when you come across them.
Yeah, exactly that. It's been a pretty eclectic day, I think we can put it. We had a weird 2-0, but a pretty one-sided one in favor of the Mongols against the Huns. And then the Huns have done the exact opposite now against the Wings Up with a brilliant performance. I'm hoping going into tomorrow's action that the Huns can maybe continue that lower bracket run because confidence looks quite high off the back of that second series. But that will conclude our day. So, Hayes, man, it's been a pleasure to work alongside you. Thank you to the production team as well, making our job nice, easy, and all you wonderful fans at home for keeping us company. It's been a pleasure. Of course, I'm sure we'll see you all soon. Take care.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. Chengdu!